Good morning, everyone. I hereby call the Board of Governors meeting to order on this Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. Before we commence, I'll ask Andrea to provide a brief overview of the meeting procedures and protocols.
Thank you, President Aguinaldo. Welcome, everyone, to the September 16th, 2025 Board of Governors meeting. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at www.ccco.edu. Navigate to the About Us tab. Select Board of Governors from the drop-down menu and then click Meeting Schedule, Minutes, and Agendas. From there, you'll be able to find the agenda link in blue. Members of the public may comment on specific agenda items or during the public forum. In-person attendees must complete a written comment card request available at the board liaison table. Virtual attendees may use the raise hand feature on the streaming platform. We'll begin with public comments from in-person participants in the following order: Sacramento, and then we will move to, Anaheim, and then we will hear from virtual participants. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the board in the order requests were received. A quick reminder that live closed captioning is available. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom of your screen. This concludes my announcements, and I will now turn it over to President Aguinaldo to get us started.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'm going to kick it back to you to call the roll.
Love Adu.
Present.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Present.
Maria Blaze.
Present.
Adrian C. Brown.
Present.
Lillian Corral.
Present.
Tom Epstein.
Here.
Pamela Haynes.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Present.
Harry LeGrand.
Here.
We didn't hear you, Harry, sorry.
Here.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Here.
Bill Rawlings.
Present.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Here.
Madam President, we have quorum.
Thank you very much, Andrea. It is at this time that I would like to request Member Blaze lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Blaze, the floor is yours.
Please rise. Face the flag and put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you very much, Member Blaze. Well, welcome, everyone, to our September board meeting. We are at the North Orange Continuing Education Campus, or NOCE, and we are being hosted by the North Orange Community College District. Elated to be learning more about the work here and sharing in this work together. So first, I'd like to welcome Chancellor Byron Breland to make a few comments.
Yay, Chancellor.
Thank you so much. Get used to this space here. The team's done such a great job. So first, I just want to say good morning, everyone, and welcome to the North Orange County Community College District and to North Orange Continuing Education here at our Anaheim campus. We are truly honored to host the California Community College's Board of Governors meeting today. But before anything else, I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to the planning teams who made today possible, including our colleagues at the Chancellor's Office and here on campus. From the state team, thank you to Andrea Reynolds. And from our local side, thank you to NOCE's Julie Schimpf and the broader logistics crew, including Amabel Arredondo and Jennifer Perez. Your attention to detail and care for our visitors are on display across every touch point today. So let's give them a great big round. Appreciation. And I also want to take a moment to recognize one of our trustees who's joined us, Dr. Ryan Bent. He may be outside.
He's right over here.
There you are, Dr. Bent. Thank you for being here. He's been committed to this district's success and support of our students for several years now. And you'll meet several other of our trustees throughout the day as well as at dinner. President Aguinaldo, members of the board and distinguished guests, we're grateful for your leadership and partnership. I also want to recognize Chancellor Sonia Christian for her steady visionary stewardship of our system. Your team's work continues to lift our colleges and our students statewide. As the 5th largest district in California, we proudly serve more than 60,000 students each year across our 3 campuses, Cypress College, Fullerton College, and of course, my favorite campus, North Orange Continuing Education. I say that all the time, I mean it, not just today. Together, our service area spans 155 square miles and reaches into communities of more than 1 million residents. What makes North Orange distinctive is both our scale and our innovation. We are one of the few districts in California to offer community college baccalaureate degrees in fields such as mortuary science, dental hygiene, and drones and autonomous systems. And we're currently exploring a fourth in logistics and space management. At the same time, our continuing education division, one of the largest of its kind, offers ESL, citizenship, career training, and adult high school diplomas, opening doors for learners who might otherwise be left behind. North Orange is also proud to be located at the intersection of some of California's most vital industries. Within just a few miles of our campuses, you'll find Disneyland Resort, fueling hospitality and entertainment careers, Raytheon in Fullerton, advancing aerospace and defense, and Beckman Coulter Diagnostics in Brea, shaping the future of biotechnology and medical devices. These partnerships position our students directly in the talent pipeline for Orange County's economic engine. Now, as your host, our goal is simple: to make your time here useful, inspiring, and aligned to the system's North Star, Vision 2030. Vision 2030 calls us to advance equity and access, success, and support for all Californians. Here at North Orange, we're pressing forward in that spirit. Let me highlight 3 areas where this work comes alive. We see this with our Pathways to Bachelor's. We're aligning programs so students can move seamlessly from associate degrees into bachelor's completion with fewer lost credits and more momentum, especially for working adults. It is on display in the power of non-credit. At NOCE, with more than 100 sites across the community, non-credit instruction is often a student's very first doorway back into education. From short-term training in ESL to adult high school, these programs build into stackable credentials, credit pathways, and ultimately living wage careers. And it is evident in our delivery of career-relevant programming. A local example is our mortuary science pathway at Cypress College. Students begin with stackable certificates, advance to an associate degree, gain clinical experience with local employers, and then complete the bachelor's degree that opens leadership opportunities. You all also got a chance to visit the Medical Assisting Lab, Pharmacy Tech Program, the Arise Center, and Electrical Training Lab as well today. These are exactly the kind of guided, career-focused pathways envisioned by Vision 2030. And of course, we're just 3 miles, as I mentioned before, from the happiest place on earth. But for our learners, the happiest place is wherever clear pathways lead from the classroom to a bachelor's degree and to a good job. That's what makes North Orange the destination district. As you begin your meeting here today, we hope you've already felt the energy, the pride, and the commitment to students that define NOCE and North Orange. Our teams will continue working behind the scenes to make your day smooth so you can focus on the important business of the system. Let me close with gratitude to the Board of Governors, to the Chancellor, Chancellor Christian. Thank you for centering students in every decision and for elevating Vision 2030 from a document to a living practice. To our statewide colleagues and our district family, thank you for the care, planning, and partnership that make gatherings like this possible. And to our students, you're the reason we are here. And I think a few of our students were able to pop in. May please just raise your hands. Thank you. You're certainly the reason why we are here. Your persistence and your dreams are the heartbeat of this district and of our system. On behalf of the NOCCCD Board of Trustees and our college presidents, and NOCE President Valentina Pertel, who you will hear from this afternoon, welcome to NOCCCD. We're honored to host you, eager to learn with you, and proud to work alongside you to fulfill the promise of Vision 2030 for every learner that we serve. Thank you and have a wonderful meeting.
Well, thank you very much, Chancellor Breland. And thank you also to President Valentina Pertel and your team for the incredibly warm and energetic welcome, which was evident as soon as we walked in the door. Thank you for leading us through a campus tour, which was essentially a celebration of NOC's work to provide free, non-credit educational services to more than 29,000 students per year. The board just toured the Arise spaces, which provide neurodiversity and wellness resources. We toured a pharmacy tech lab, electrical lab, parenting classrooms, citizenship classes, basic needs food pantries, professional closets, and so much more. And what was especially evident was that every corner of this building represents a critical part of our community. Adult Learners is at the core of Vision 2030, and because of the work here, the vision is alive and well. So thank you very much to your team. We are so excited to welcome a new board member, Maria Blaze of San Jose. Member Blaze has been a student trustee at Foothill de Anza Community College District since 2025, the Legislative Affairs Director for Region 4 of the Student Senate of the California Community Colleges since 2025, the Youth Policy Director at Siren Immigrant Rights since 2024, Civic Engagement Intern at the Vietnamese American Roundtable since 2024. She was also a research intern at the Youth Mental Health Academy of the Child Mind Institute from 2024 to 2025. She is the Intercollegiate Council Chair and the Community Engagement and Outreach Cabinet Staff at the Northern California United Vietnamese Student Association, a fellow at the Women's Foundation of California, and a member of the Student Strategy Table at the President's Alliance on Higher Education and Immigration. If we all had that kind of background, we would all be very well off. So welcome, Member Blaze, to the table. That's right. Vice President Rawlings says she's just getting started, and that's an honor and a blessing for us. I'd like to take a few minutes to acknowledge some things that we've done in the past, most notably the Glendale Community College visit that several of our board members were on. One of the true privileges of serving as the president of the Board of Governors is the opportunity to visit our colleges and witness their incredible work firsthand, as we also did today. On August 12th, I had the pleasure of visiting Glendale Community College, accompanied by fellow board members, including Vice President Rawlings, Member Haynes, Chancellor Christian, and members of her team. The visit was very inspiring. The newly constructed science building stood out as a state-of-the-art facility, truly comparable to those found at top universities. I was especially impressed by the Dreamscape Learn 3D Immersive Lab, which offers students an innovative hands-on learning experience that fosters deep engagement. What struck me the most was the palpable sense of community and connection on the campus, a reflection of strong leadership and shared purpose. So I wanted to thank Superintendent President Ryan Corner for that experience and his vision, and also for the coffee mug that I'm not entirely sure he knows I took. But thank you very much for the mug and the experience. We can't wait to visit, to come back and to visit more campuses. So thank you very much to Glendale. We have a very busy agenda for us today. And before I pass it to Chancellor Christian for her remarks, I just wanted to thank everyone, our chancellor, our staff, every single member of our community college family for the hard work. I'd like to say it is busy season, but this busy season has lasted the entire year and has absolutely no plans to stop. So we do this because we believe in the work, and thank you very much for leaning in. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Christian.
Right.
Good morning. Wow, it's wonderful to be here, Valentina. It seems like ever since I took over as chancellor, I've been hanging out with the North Orange District team and the NOCE team, doing a lot of good work. Adult education and non-credit pathways is the core of Vision 2030, and you're leading the way. I see on your team, I see Dulce, I see Lisa. I don't know if everyone knows it, but North Orange Continuing Ed is the professional development engine for the entire state of California. There are technical assistance providers, and The work is detailed work that needs to happen, and they're spreading the word across the state. In fact, Chancellor Breland, I just loved your opening remarks, and it really carried the essence of the leadership from you in this space. Just the other day, we were at Woodland Community College, where the team, the TAP, the Technical Assistance Providing team, along with the chancellor, are actually traveling the state of California to bring non-credit pathways to our adult learners. Also want to recognize another individual here today. Is sort of right there at the back, former board member Paul Medina. Please stand up and be recognized. I used to always tell Paul that the work with our adult learners was a passion of yours, Paul, and the work we're doing is extraordinary in its scale, and it's all happening here at North Orange Continuing Ed. So I'm super happy you've been able to join us today. So about the students, we were greeted by our students, and just one of the stories that we learned today is the gentleman over here, please wave out, is actually from Nicaragua, has a bachelor's degree, and is now here looking at pathways from NOCE to the other campuses at the district. I mean, this is at the core of a college responding to community needs. When we toured the different programs, we went to a program that was offering a citizenship class. And I didn't realize that our Deputy Chancellor, Rowena, like me, is a naturalized citizen. So you have the California Community College system with the Chancellor and the Deputy Chancellor with two naturalized immigrants to this great country. And before I get to the substance, well, this is also substantive, I want to recognize Julie Shope as well. Julie, you were someone that I got to know right over there, Julie. And it was my fifth month on the job when we started planning the non-credit statewide series. And you've just been absolutely steady and a rock star with your warmth and your attention to, as Byron said, details. So thank you. So I'll move to my formal remarks, and I'll start with the federal landscape. It has been a whirlwind summer on the federal front. While court battles continue to swirl around broader education policies, what's more concerning right now is a decision that hits at the very heart of who we serve. Just last week, the U.S. Department of Education announced the elimination of $350 million in funding for minority-serving institutions, MSIs. While the department doesn't have the authority to dismantle MSI programs entirely, these discretionary cuts are deeply troubling. Let me take a step back. I remember when I first started teaching, it was right around the time that President George H.W. Bush signed the legislation in 1992, creating the Hispanic Serving Institution, HSI designation. And today, more than 90% of our colleges are HSIs, and over 70% of our students are Hispanic, Black, Native American, Pacific Islander, Asian American, or Alaska Native. Across California, MSI grants are fueling measurable, community-specific, and economic changes. From San Diego to the Central Valley to the Bay Area, these funds are expanding dual enrollment, embedding mentoring in STEM fields, and strengthening career counseling and transfer support. So first generation bilingual and working students have real pathways into living wage jobs. And by the way, I love the way Chancellor Breland was talking about pathways from non-credit all the way to baccalaureate attainment, all happening here at the North Orange District. So open access institutions, we must ensure that all students, regardless of their background, have the opportunity to succeed. Eliminating these funds undermines that commitment. We are actively collecting and verifying the survey responses from our colleges on their HSI and MSI designations and the funding. So far, just over half of our colleges have responded. From those, we know that 56 colleges are designated as HSIs and 23 as MSIs, and that number may grow as our responses come in. This is just the funding aspect of the HSI grants. We're not talking about the larger designation. Looking at the data, HSI designated colleges report having 16.8 million remaining in fiscal year 2025, 9.2 million in 26, 4.7 million in 27, and 4.1 million in 28. MSI colleges report roughly 1 million in 25 and 800,000 in the year 2026. We are still working with APAHE to verify the data for our ANA-PC grants, so that piece is in motion too. According to the Department of Education, colleges will have until September 2026 to spend their grant funds while they close out their projects, their HSI, MSI projects. If the current trend holds across the rest of the system, we're likely looking at a statewide loss in the range of 20 million in 2026, 10 million in 27, and 8.2 million in 28. Just going to pause here a minute. Let's go ahead and take the slide down, and then we can bring the slides up later. Thank you. And yet, this is where California shows up. I'm grateful to our governor and legislature who stepped in with $60 million in block grant funding in this year's budget. The funding is meant to help our colleges mitigate some of these impacts. So with that, I'm going to move to another topic, and this is based on the Future Summit that we just had. So I want to share with you just an excerpt from my remarks when I talked about the state of AI in the California community colleges. So I want to talk about AI literacy, and I want to talk about workforce development. So change at the speed that AI is impacting the world around us brings scale, but also brings risks. New tools create weak points in our civic fabric. Deepfake blurs reality, what is true and what is not. High compute models strain energy resources and water resources. Our communities need resilient skills and they need resilient habits. This is where we step in, the California community colleges and non-credit colleges like NOCE. We will pursue AI literacy for all, for our community and for our students. But let me talk about our community first because it is appropriate for our non-credit enterprise. I will start with two durable skills, prompting and verifying. Now, prompting has caught on. Many in our community engage with Claude, with Gemini, and with ChatGPT. But verifying is even more important. It is a habit that will combat misinformation. Using the two-source rule from your web of trusted sources. If AI reports an earthquake, what should we do? We need to check, do a two-source verification. Potentially check USGS and a second trusted outlet. AI literacy, colleagues, has become a basic literacy for not only economic mobility, but for civil society and for the daily work of democracy. So how do we deploy this work across our communities? I am proposing that we follow an AI-focused College Core program starting with our non-credit offerings, that we reach out into communities so that students can lead these workshops. And with 116 colleges, we can scale it up like no other institution can. AI is also reshaping every sector. I, again, really appreciated Chancellor Breland talking about the sectors that the district, North Orange District, serves. I mean, we go from healthcare to creative media, agriculture, public service, and much more. Work is becoming human-AI teaming, people using intelligent tools to solve problems faster, safer, and more creatively. So what if student internships became more of a norm, not a favor? What if in 2 years we were to move beyond ad hoc placements into a policy framework that makes paid credit or non-credit internships a standard? This allows students to build industry networks. They also build confidence. And what a seamless pathway from academia to workforce. This is California's competitive edge, our 116 colleges acting as one adaptive engine for workforce talent. And this brings me to the last segment of my presentation, which is always a series of photographs of where we've been. So let's let the slides roll now, Andrea. So this is, we just talked about AI. You see a picture of Governor Gavin Newsom talking about the responsible use of AI with our partners. You've got Google, you've got Microsoft, IBM, and Adobe. And on this picture, the previous picture is one that David Alvarez, Assembly member, is leading a project about, he calls it the Binational Project with Mexico, and that's the delegation. You see, moving to the next slide, and this is the Glendale visit that President Aguinaldo talked about, and we had lots of greens, as you can see in the picture, and that's President Ryan Corner with our board members. Moving to the next slide. This is our AI Future Summit. I love this picture with our 3 board members. Actually, Jennifer Perry was there doing double duty, both representing the Board of Governors, but also the Board of Directors of our foundation. And the foundation had the Board of Directors meeting at the Future Summit, and you can see a picture with the Chancellor's office. I'm grateful that Deputy Chancellor Ravina Tomanen made sure we got it. We sometimes forget to take pictures, and we need to because we remember key moments through our photographs. So let's move to the next slide. I think I'm ready to wrap up my report. I see a Board of Trustee walking in, Barbara, and also Board of Trustee Brian. Thank you for being here. With that, I wrap up my remarks and we'll turn it over to President Aguinaldo.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian. You really do have a way of making us truly excited about this work. So we're happy to listen to everything you've been up to these past couple months. Team, we are going to pop around to various parts of the agenda depending on who's available for that, that particular item. So we're going to start with 3.1. 3.1 is the consent calendar. It's discussing the board meeting minutes from July 22, 2025, which was our last meeting. Are there any board comments? All right, seeing none, I'll take a motion. Oh, hold on. Public comments.
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raised hand feature. If you are calling in, press *9. We will begin with in-person public comments and then move to virtual. You will have 2 minutes. Madam President, we have not received any in-person nor hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Now I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Member Adu. And a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Vice President Rawlings. Andrea, I'll take the roll, please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Tim Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis.
Aye.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry. Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Madam President, the motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Andrea. All right, popping around as promised, we'll now go to item 5.2, which is the nominations of 2026 board officers.
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Hildegard Aguinaldo for president.
While I very much appreciate that, I have to read some stuff before that, okay?
Remove my motion then.
All right. Under the board's procedures, the nomination and election of board officers proceeds in 2 steps. The nomination process begins today and the next to last meeting in the calendar year. The election of the board officers is conducted at the last regular meeting of the calendar year, which will be in November. Nominations for president and vice president are received when the president solicits nominations from members of the board. Additional nominations may be made in writing to the chancellor at any time prior to the election. Nominations do not require a second. The president and vice president who are elected will take office as the last order of business at the November meeting. They serve 1-year terms and may be elected for no more than 2 consecutive terms. In light of the board procedures allowing nominations up to the time of the election and to ensure a fair process for all nominees, I would like to suggest that all comments in support of a particular nominee be held until the November meeting, when we will be sure to allow time for discussion before we vote. Accordingly, I would now like to request members of the board provide me with any verbal nominations they wish to make at this time.
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Hildegard Aguinaldo for president, please.
Thank you, Member Haynes. All right. We should probably do this in sections. Any other nominations for president? This is incredibly awkward. Okay. All right. Hearing no others, I'll take the vice president nominations now. Member Adu.
I would like to nominate Member Bill Rawlings for Vice President.
Excellent choice. I mean, anybody else? Wonderful. Thank you. I would also note again that the additional nominations can be submitted to the chancellor in writing. This concludes the item. All right. Now we are going to item 4.1, and for that I will pass it to General Counsel Lynch.
Good morning. Am I on? Good morning. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board, Chancellor Christian. My name's Kathy Lynch. I am your general counsel, and I'm here to present the contracts and grants item. I think you already received it in the package, so I won't go through it, but if you have any questions, I'm able to field those right now. Thanks.
All right. Member Epstein, do you have any questions?
Actually, I don't.
Okay.
That means good work's been done. All right.
Anyone
I
else?
won't jump up and high five, but inside I am.
Anyone else have questions? All right, seeing none, we'll take public comments.
The public comment period on item 4.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person or virtual remarks at this time.
Okay. Great, thank you very much, Andrea. At this time, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Member Adu is on the ball.
Second, please.
Thank you, Member Villavicencio. Andrea, I'll take the roll, please.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Abstained.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Correll.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Lieutenant Governor Lenny Kounalakis.
Abstain.
Harry LeGrand.
Aye.
Jennifer L. Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Madam President, let the record stand that both Lieutenant Governor and Harry did say aye. We just didn't hear it.
Thank you very much, Andrea.
I'm so sorry.
This is the Lieutenant Governor. I would like to abstain from that item.
Noted,
Sorry,
thank
my
you.
microphone was off. Thank you.
Andrea, the motion, did the
Sorry,
motion pass?
the
Yeah, no,
motion
it's
did
okay.
pass.
Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. Thank you very much. Right. Well, team, we are a tiny bit ahead of schedule. So what we're gonna do right now is take a break until 12:15. So we will see you in a few moments. See you then.
12:15? I thought 11:45 was supposed to be lunch.
On the, be done with the agenda before you. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much and welcome back. I am almost disappointed that we came back, to be honest with you, because we just had the most phenomenal meal from Cypress College's Culinary Arts program. Cypress Bistro provided a menu, and I just wanted to read it because it was the most phenomenal meal. We had sun-dried tomato focaccia, a roasted beet goat cheese mousse, petite arugula pickled grape, and truffled almond salad, ricotta cavatelli, cream tomato rapini, ericote vert, and Italian sweet sausage pasta dish. And then we had frozen ice cream treats from the cart, which included an orange creamsicle push pop, a broken oven cookie sandwich, and the strawberry shortcake bar that everyone is eating off camera. And everyone should be very, very jealous because it was truly a phenomenal meal. Wonderful job. We have,
Madam President, did you mention the bread?
yeah, the sun-dried tomato focaccia.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was fabulous. Thank you.
Yeah, we are all very full. So if you see us nodding off, it definitely is a food coma. So we have members of the Chancellor's executive staff in front of us, and I'm going to say you have a very hard act to follow with that meal. But nonetheless, we are moving to action item 4.2, which is our budget and legislative request for 2026, 2027. And for that, I'll pass it to Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson.
Sure, and just before I get started, the future is very bright for the students and staff in the Culinary Arts program here. Absolutely bright. But good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, President Algonaldo, Vice President Rawlings, and members of the Board of Governors. I am Chris Ferguson, the Executive Vice Chancellor of Finance and Strategic Initiatives at the Chancellor's Office, and this is my first official time presenting the budget and legislative request on behalf of the community college system. First, a few thank yous to my team. Thank you to Vice Chancellor for External Relations, David O'Brien. Thank you to Assistant Vice Chancellor Linda Vasquez, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Government Relations, Linda Vasquez. And a very big thank you. He is not here today, but he is back at the office, to one of my team members, Imran Majid, who was very instrumental in helping draft and pull together this year's budget and legislative priority document, which you probably have garnered, has a significant amount of justification, a significant amount of tie-in to our goals in Vision 2030, and he was instrumental in pulling that together. Also, a big thank you to all of the executive team at the Chancellor's Office, who contributed greatly to the development of the document you have today, as well as our Deputy Chancellor, Rowena Tomanang, and our Chancellor, Sonia Christian. By far, the budget and legislative request for the 26-27 fiscal year reflects one item in particular, and that's outcomes, outcomes, and outcomes matter the most. So for the bottom line, the budget and latest legislative request reflects roughly $700 million in one-time and ongoing requests, as well as requests for the application of the statutory COLA to the student-centered funding formula and the repayment of deferrals as rapidly as possible. We will certainly make sure that all of our documents align To the request, as we move forward and advocate on behalf of our system, I did want to note before I turn it over to Vice Chancellor David O'Brien, one addition to the 26-27 budget and legislative request, and that is $1 million ongoing to support our Umoja programs and specifically to build out 10 additional programs throughout the system. This was inadvertently excluded from the budget and legislative request, and we are asking that the board include that. We'll make any technical changes necessary to our overall document to include that. And with that, I will turn it over to Vice Chancellor David O'Brien.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. What Dr. Vasquez and I are going to do here as we finish the introduction to this presentation is summarize where each of our budget and legislative priorities fall under our strategic directions, particularly the three that are at the core of Vision 2030, and then talk a little bit about how we support our Chancellor's Office team and the legislative and policy changes that we are pursuing. We're not going to go into detail on any of these items, so if it sounds a little bit like we're reading off a list, that's okay, we are, because following our introduction section, you're going to hear in depth from some of our team members on some of our core focus areas. And then at the conclusion of the presentation, we will have time for questions and discussion. But jumping right in, as you know, one of our main strategic directions is equitable baccalaureate attainment. So our budget and legislative request includes $1.2 million on time for expanding transfer opportunities to baccalaureate programs in rural areas of the state. It includes $35 million one-time and $2 million ongoing for strengthening credit for prior learning for our veterans and working adults. $10 million ongoing for boosting financial aid administration support. $24.2 million one-time for boosting support for dual enrollment opportunities. $62.3 million ongoing for supporting student services programs such as the Student Equity and Achievement Program, categorical, as well as a series of ongoing and one-time funds, including Dreamer Resource Liaisons, Immigration Legal Services, Amend, in addition to Umoja, which Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson mentioned, affordable student housing, $1.1 billion one time, serving our veterans, supporting the faculty and staff who make student success possible through ongoing funds for office hours, professional development, and then one-time and ongoing funds for AI professional development and literacy efforts. And other targeted investments, including funds for the Native American Graves Repatriation Act, the College of Adaptive Arts, and Beyond Barriers. The state's goal under equitable baccalaureate attainment, we know, is a bold one, but an essential one, which is to get to 70% of working-age Californians having attained a college degree or certificate, and to do so equitably. Under the second strategic direction in Vision 2030, equitable workforce and economic development, we are requesting investments to expand apprenticeship opportunities, including $60 million ongoing for the California Apprenticeship Initiative, $15 million one-time for RSI, and $9 million ongoing. Construction of campus microgrids as part of our climate and sustainability work to turn our colleges into clean energy hubs and emergency response centers. We're requesting $45 million in funds from Proposition 4, which was the climate and sustainability bond that was passed by the voters last November. And lastly, under this area, supporting the Rebuild Los Angeles initiative to assist with recovery from the wildfire devastation earlier this year, by training the local workforce needed to lead that recovery. And that's $20 million one time. Lastly, among the three strategic directions of Vision 2030, of course, is the future of learning and artificial intelligence. And so this request supports technology infrastructure to better enable colleges to leverage AI, to streamline operations, reduce staff burnout, and personalize student support. So included here, we have funds requested for the Common Cloud Data Platform, $36 million one time and $9 million ongoing, as well as the California Virtual Campus, $3.9 million ongoing, and support for the Integrated Technology Program, $10.6 million ongoing, where we're creating a digital ecosystem that works to support our students. That concludes this sort of main budget priorities under the three strategic directions of Vision 2030, but I want to turn it over to Dr. Vasquez to close out this section by discussing core resources.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor O'Brien. Well, so under this last category, strategic direction is core resources, because those matter too. And this request includes support for enrollment growth, or we're not turning away our students who are eager to learn. And that includes $62.9 million ongoing per 1% growth, $24.3 million to recognize additional FTEs within the student-centered funding formula, and $25.3 million to lift the funding formula growth cap. Additionally, we're requesting funding to support the statutory requirement on the cost of living adjustment for the funding formula. We're requesting additional dollars to pay down the existing apportionment deferral expeditiously. $60 million ongoing for deferred maintenance, or that our facilities remain safe and functional. $14.3 million to support Innovative Catalyst Fund. And crucially, new staff capacity for the Chancellor's Office, so we can lead the system with excellence, and that includes up to 27 positions, about $5 million ongoing. I'm going to close this item out by outlining our legislative requests, which are organized into 6 different categories. First is for student parents asking for flexibility in the CalWORKs program. Second, flexibility in the Promise program, or AB 19. Third, affordable four-year degree pathway opportunities to rural and underserved populations. Fourth, streamlining legislative reporting. That continues to be an ongoing priority for us to make sure that those are seamless. Fifth, scaling dual enrollment. And lastly, responsible use of AI to scale AI literacy and impact workforce development. Now these are the opportunities identified in the budget, and close out the legislative items.
Good afternoon. I'm James Todd, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and I will say I'm also delivering this on behalf of Craig Hayward, who's our Visiting Executive for Research and Innovative Design. At the heart of student success is a prepared, supported, and inspired educator. Professional development has long been a driver of innovation and student success. The rapid evolution and adoption of AI makes it an essential focus of this work. That's why we're requesting $30 million in ongoing funding to provide high-quality professional learning system-wide. As you know, AI is rapidly transforming every industry. Our students will not only encounter it, but they will also need to know how to use it ethically and effectively. And that preparation starts with us. Faculty need time, training, and tools to integrate AI into curriculum, into pedagogy and assessment, so that they can be models of responsible AI use and prepare students for AI-driven careers. And in this way, AI literacy isn't just for educators. It's essential for every student, for future nurses, from future nurses to computer programmers to entrepreneurs. And as the Chancellor noted at the keynote for the recent Future Summit, there are 6 elements to attaining baseline AI literacy as captured in the helpful PEOPLE acronym. In the interest of time, I won't go into detail on those right now, but feel free to catch up with me later, or Craig, and I'd be happy to elaborate further. Chancellor Christman has been especially focused on 2 key elements of AI literacy, and that was mentioned earlier, namely prompt and verify. These 2 skill sets, which encourage the ability to produce useful output from generative AI and then secure at least 2 sources for any point of fact, are core to the engagement and education of the wider community, along forming the basis for an opportunity to work with the College Core program to advance the AI literacy of all Californians. And as I've already noted, AI impacts every industry sector. Supporting and promoting the development of a culture of AI literacy will also ensure that our workforce development, so key to the state and to all Californians, stays relevant and includes the right technological assets to increase our use of credit for prior learning. All of this requires an understanding of the policy landscape, both our internal policy and guidelines for the system and the external generative AI policy environment at the state and the federal level. We are working, and this is why we are working within the larger professional development budget request that we're requesting $10 million in one-time funding alongside ongoing support to launch and scale AI-focused professional development and literacy efforts. This includes, first, AI literacy modules for all of our students in the community as a whole. Second, scalable faculty classified professionals and administrators training with micro-credentials. And third, statewide partnerships to align AI learning with workforce needs. And to be clear, this is not about replacing educators. It's about amplifying human potential. And with this investment, California's community colleges can lead the nation in preparing every student educator to thrive in an AI-powered world. And as I prepare to transition us to the next section, I'd like to wrap up by thanking and acknowledging the work of our Chancellor's Office team, Cilia Martinez, Craig Hayward, myself, Don Rougeau, Jory Hadsel, and others who are working together and mobilizing our partners from CVC at One, professional development, our ASCCC OERI initiative, the CSEA and Classified Senate, ACCA, ACRO, the AI Council, and so many others who are making this vision of an empowered future a reality. Yes. Oh, but to support, but to support transformation at scale, we must build the infrastructure to connect our system like never before. Enter the Common Cloud.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jory Hadsel, Visiting Executive for Strategic Technology Initiatives. I'd like you to picture a network where every college speaks the same data language and where enrollment numbers, success metrics, and resource allocations flow seamlessly into one cloud-based platform. That is the promise of the Common Cloud Data Platform, or what we call CCDP. So with the initial $10 million seed money from the Chancellor's Office and the additional $12 million boost from the 2025-26 state budget, we've moved beyond concept into live district-driven demonstrations, and we are just getting started. The Common Cloud is centralizing data across the California community colleges to streamline reporting, to enable powerful analytics, and deliver near real-time insights that support student success. It also lays the groundwork for AI-enabled tools to enhance fraud mitigation. These are not theoretical benefits. These directly support the Vision 2030 goals and our strategic direction of equitable baccalaureate attainment by improving program mapping and giving students and counselors access to clear, actionable guidance on course pathways. We know that when students can see optimal course sequences and transfer requirements across districts, what do? They take fewer units and they graduate faster. The next phase of Common Cloud Data Platform will equip counselors and support staff with early warning indicators, which enables timely interventions that can increase completion rates and close equity gaps. In terms of the platform, its impact is growing, with 13 new colleges that have joined the second cohort. Currently, navigating disparate technology systems creates inefficiencies and blind spots in our system. The Common Cloud offers a unified, say it one more time, unified system data-driven approach to understand student journeys across the system and to maximize the value of Prop 98 investments. So there's the budget shout out. We're requesting $36 million in one-time funds to deploy core infrastructure, build a system-wide data lake, and to integrate all 73 districts, with a request for $9 million ongoing that will allow us to maintain operations, ensure data quality, and support governance. These investments will deliver efficiency gains, better outcomes, and long-term value far beyond their cost. We know that this rapid progress is possible because the Common Cloud follows state best practices. We are conducting rigorous analysis, validating the feasibility, and formalizing our readiness through MOUs, protocols, and third-party reviews. A clear roadmap guides our transition from the pilot phase to full adoption and ensures equitable benefits across all districts. So with that, I would say the Common Cloud is more than a tech upgrade. It's a strategic investment in efficiency and innovation for our system. With your continued support, it will become the unified data engine driving success for every California community college and student that we serve. Thank you. And as we modernize our digital infrastructure, we also must ensure that students can access the critical support that helps them stay enrolled and succeed. And that is where Beyond Barriers and Veterans come in.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Shears, Vice Chancellor for Student Services. Removing barriers to student success means connecting students to essential support when they need it most. It's a key Vision 2030 goal, increasing student access to programs like CalFresh, which unlock both educational and economic mobility. That's the goal of the Beyond Barriers demonstration project, a bold cross-agency initiative led by the Chancellor's Office in partnership with the California Department of Social Services and Cal HHS. This effort reimagines how higher education connects students to the social safety net using integrated technology and student-centered design to reduce friction, eliminate stigma, and increase access to underused benefits. Slide that over. To expand this work, we're requesting $1.5 million in one-time Prop 98 funding over 3 years. This will support two key strategies: proactive outreach to up to 60,000 CalFresh eligible students using CCC Apply data to identify recipients and provide direct enrollment support, and a technical feasibility study to integrate CCC Apply with Benefits Cal, enabling secure cross-system data sharing and streamlined student access. At a time when federal food assistance is shrinking, this investment helps close the gap, reducing student costs, improving retention, and advancing equity. Beyond Barriers isn't just a pilot, it's a model for transforming student support statewide. Now I'd like to shift focus to another key group, California's student veterans. California is home to 1.8 million veterans and over 70,000 veteran active duty members, and their families enroll in colleges every year. They're looking for credit for prior learning, mental health support, and clear pathways to meaningful careers. Yet funding has not kept pace with their unique needs. Vision 2030 calls for equity-driven support to help veterans successfully transition from military to civilian academic life. We're requesting $11.5 million in ongoing Prop 98 funding to modernize and expand veteran resource centers, $10.5 million to strengthen veteran resource center staffing, enabling colleges to hire dedicated directors, expand outreach, partner with CalVet, and connect students to wellness services, and $1 million to deploy an AI-powered platform that translates joint services transcripts into college credit, streamlining credit for prior learning and ensuring consistency across colleges. We also propose a 5% program set aside of $1.2 million for statewide coordination, including a CPL Veterans Liaison to work with CalVet and County Veteran Services that support CPL implementation and lead outreach at colleges, a mental health liaison to help colleges build sustainable coordinated support systems, funding for statewide convenings, and finalizing updates to the VRC funding formula to ensure equity in how resources are distributed. Thank you. Beyond support, we must also create early, equitable entry points into college, and dual enrollment is the lever to do just that.
Thank you, Stacy. Good afternoon. I'm Gina Brown, Vice Chancellor. Picture California where every ninth grader, regardless of zip code, family income, or background, walks into high school, already standing on a bridge to college. A bridge that doesn't just serve the privileged few, but for every student in the community. That is the power of dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is one of the most effective ways we have for equity, When students, especially those who are first in their family, low income, or from historically underrepresented communities, earn college credit in high school, something shifts. In 2023, when Dr. Christian was named Chancellor of the system, we knew that dual enrollment would be a priority. Vision 2030 sets a bold goal that every California student graduates high school with at least 12 college units, whether they are headed to transfer, to a career, or to an apprenticeship. To get there, we must scale opportunity in every high school, serving every student. That is why we are requesting $24.2 million in one-time funds to launch a College and Career Access Pathways grant program. This program will give every community college the resources to expand or strengthen partnerships with their local schools, and a modest set-aside will allow the Chancellor's Office to manage more than 1,000 new agreements that will result. The return is extraordinary. 463,000 additional high school students every year, students who will graduate not just with a diploma, but with the college credit already in hand. And so now finally, we will turn to our workforce and economic development proposals.
Finally, but not least. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Anthony Cordova, Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development. Vision 2030 positions us in California's engine for social and economic mobility. Let me repeat that. We are the social engine for economic mobility. Our role becomes even more important when you consider that we have 6.8 million students that do not have credentials. Today, we turn away approximately 1 in 4 apprenticeship applications due to the lack of funding. That's over 4,200 missed opportunities between 2021 and 2025 to serve more Californians. Employer demand is 4 times what we can support at the moment. We are requesting $84 million for the California Apprenticeship Initiative and related supplemental instruction. These are not traditional programs. They are industry-driven, community-focused, strategies accelerated through the credit for prior learning modality. We're also seeking $41.1 million to modernize the Economic and Workforce Development Program. We are excited about creating the regional leaders who ensure training aligns with both industry needs and community priorities, at the same time expanding credit for prior learning access across all sectors. I also want to say thank you to Chancellor Christian for her immediate response to the rebuilding efforts after the LA fires. We worked in the LA Regional Consortia and secured $5 million for our colleges this year's budget. We are now requesting $20 million in the LA Rebuild Initiative to help displaced residents, especially the skilled tradespeople, turn existing expertise into credentials via the CPL, the Credit for Prior Learning, giving them a priority in rebuilding their own neighborhoods. Together, these proposals to increase workforce opportunities total $130 million. Thank you for your time, and at this moment, I'd like to turn it back over to Vice Chancellor, or Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, so just a quick thank you to the state as we transition away from what was a very beneficial 25-26 budget to our system that provided core supports. It provided core resources in an uncertain time, and it will enable us to continue serving our students well. And with that, I will turn it over to the Board of Governors.
Thank you very much. I will pass it to Chancellor Christian first.
Well, board members, this piece of work has been extraordinary. I've been watching our team work away for many, many, many months. It's a bold, bold ask. And we are ready, not only the Chancellor's Office, but we're ready to lock arms with our district partners, with our advocacy groups, and go to work in Sacramento. And we ask you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Christian. At this time, I'll take comments from the board. Vice President Rawlings.
No, I have to.
Oh, just kidding. He's holding public comment. Member Haynes.
So thank you so much for the presentation. There's a saying, go big or go home. So we've gone big. We're not going home. Almost everything on the agenda, and let me just say to you, Chris, this is one of the most detailed, justifiable budgets I've seen. And so not only you, but you've already recognized your the staff and all of the team that made this happen, because nobody does this work alone. But it is absolutely a wonderful document. And you know I collect paper. But I'm going to collect this in paper, but I'm also going to make sure this is on my computer to refer back to. So I wanted to say those things. There, as the chancellor knows, everything is dear to my heart when it comes to the areas that we're working on. Workforce is absolutely one of those, because I was one of those individuals that had to have a job while I went to school. It took me much longer, but that job allowed me not just to go to a community college, but to transfer to a UC and then to transfer to graduate school. So I know what that pathway looks like, and we need to make it much easier for everyone else. And ditto for everything that you've shared, so I'm not going to go down that list. But I also what's near and dear to me is the Umoja program. And at a time, I don't want to get teary, at a time where our HSIs and our historically black institutions and our students and people across this country are being raised up with disrespectful kinds of ways, we need to continue to support those programs that make our students feel that they belong on our campuses. And we have several of those. EOPS is another one that's not mentioned, but we have several of those, and that's the important piece. We talk about the students that make it through our system, but we don't talk about the ones that have dropped out because they could not find a pathway, and that is just critically important. I am familiar with Umoja, and I'm familiar with the faculty that have been on the front lines for the last 20 years. Many of them were at Los Rios, and I know, because I was there, how much time they spent at night, on Saturdays, when there was no money at all to continue these programs shorthanded. And in many cases, some of our existing programs are still kind of that way. And so, as you can tell, that $1 million is a drop in the bucket, but it's a big drop in the bucket relative to the work that our faculty, that are classified, that our administrators are doing on behalf of our students. And so, with that, I did make a motion, right? I did make a motion to approve. Hopefully.
You didn't, but now you did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Haynes. I'll second. Oh, thank you, Member Perry.
We do need to do public comment first.
Well, yes, we also still have board comments, so we didn't get through those yet, but I'm mentally noting. Yes. I'm still taking board comments. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll definitely chime in. Well, I just want to build on those comments. I mean, I think first, a huge congratulations to you all on the work. I still feel relatively new, but it does feel like a very big, bold, ambitious package. And what strikes me most is that I love the way that you framed it earlier today, Chancellor, which is that AI literacy is not just about workforce development, although that is at the heart of these investments, but really it's also about the civic literacy, right? That we are trying to train the next generation of workers, but also really thoughtful, critical thinkers and civic actors in our communities to be able to participate in this kind of AI transformation that we're all living through. So I just really appreciate that. I'll also flag that I also appreciate the fact that equity is at the center of this investment. As we all know, there is the danger that a lot of these sort of AI transformations can create much more inequity, can widen a lot of the divides that we have. And again, I just really feel like this is such a great bet on not on inequity. This is a great bet on equity, where we are going to make sure that we can do our best as a system to make sure that students who don't oftentimes get the chance to be at the forefront of these skills are actually there and thriving and participating in that economy. So I appreciate that. And then lastly, I just want to continue to applaud the way that you are thinking about privacy and security. I think about privacy and security in my 9 to 5 all the time. And it is a of concern to us. And I think that you're going to be an excellent, this is a great model and an excellent execution plan that could lead the way for others, for other large institutions across the country who are thinking about this, also with a critical eye, trying to be proactive, but with lots of reservations. And so I just appreciate the boldness, but also the fact that you're trying to address it in the right way and not letting the fear of AI hold us back. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Corral. Member Perry.
I would like to underscore what Member Haynes said about the way this budget was presented. It's so thoughtful and clear and undergirded by the rationale for each piece. It's really a kudos to the entire staff. And also, I don't think we've talked enough about the AI conference, which was it last week?
Last week, yeah.
And the sort of staying ahead of a very unruly beast. And that is then reflected in this forward-looking budget. And these are not easy things to grapple and not easy things to codify in terms of a budget request. So I think the leadership of the Chancellor and the team that's been working on that really shows here. I mean, a budget really shows priorities, and this one really, really beautifully delineates them, and I think sets a very clear path forward. And it's a clear path in a time that is uncertain for all the reasons we all know too well, and added on to with, again, this unruly beast named AI that is going to change the tenor and the complexion of the work that we do. So I think this budget does a great job of looking at that. And again, kudos on the conference and to all of those who worked on the conference.
I think Member Adu.
Yes. Oh, no button.
Yeah.
All right. This working? All right. I just want to say thank you to start off to everyone at the Chancellor's office for this very fleshed out budget. It's very clear that you guys put the utmost effort into using this budget to best help our students, and I really appreciate that. As a student, especially one that has benefited from the existence of programs like Umoja, and after touring the NOCE here and getting introduced to the amazing Arise programs that have given way for typically underrepresented students to have a sense of belonging on campus, I know that I need not explain the wonders that student belonging can do on transforming student outcomes. And I wanted to highlight the post-original budget creating adding of funding for these Umoja programs, and I want to assert my utmost support for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Adu. I think we have Member Blaze and then Member Epstein.
Yeah, I wanted to echo everything that the past board members said and also add to the point of emphasizing the importance of programs like Umoja, and especially when it was presented by, like this proposal was presented by students too. And as you heard earlier, I'm very involved in the Vietnamese American community, especially in San Jose. And it's really taught me how important having a community is, especially when we're in a academic setting, and it could really be fundamental to a student's success. So I wanted to underscore that points.
Thank you, Member Epstein.
Yeah, I just want to do a Me Too. I think I'm agreeing with everybody else on here. I think.
Could you find a different set of words?
We're seeing the the impact of bringing in a guy from the finance department who knows where everybody is buried, and I think that helped. But I also really enjoyed the musical chairs of seeing who's behind all these numbers. That was very helpful. But the last thing is, I think we should add another $200 for lottery tickets, so that in case the legislature doesn't go along, that we have a shot at maybe funding all this and a little extra too.
All right, Member Brown and then Member Villavicencio.
I just want to surface a hope that I have. I really like seeing the mental health liaison piece, since that's seeming to be a bigger issue than it ever has been in the past. My quick example is that it used to take me 1 week to break the ice with my students, and now it takes half the term. The ability and opportunities for students to have time to engage with other humans in ways that they haven't because they've been engaging with screens is really essential. And students cannot succeed if they are having any kind of mental or emotional health issues. So I know that the target group right now is going to be the military students, but I hope that we're going to be able to learn from this and expand it out for all students, since it's a really big need. I also wanted to surface this line: the Chancellor's Office operates with the smallest staff capacity of California's higher education system's offices, despite its broad legislative mandate to provide system-wide leadership, guidance, and accountability for 116 community colleges that are open to all. And we have really big visions, but they won't be able to be fulfilled. And we have really wonderful people working in this office. But we won't be able to grow if we don't have more capacity in the Chancellor's office. It was wild to me to learn how small the team was when I first learned that. So I really wanted to surface that as well, and really that we get behind growing us to really have that capacity to be able to do the wonderful work that we want to do. Thank you.
That's a great.
Oh, thank you, Member Brown. I was going to make that same point. I want to congratulate the Chancellor's Office staff because of the amazing work that you do and the lack of capacity. And I'm glad that, the ask for increasing our budget for our staff is there, because all of these initiatives are tied directly to, quite neatly, to Vision 2030. And we are moving and pressing forward in making sure that every single student thrives and succeeds in our system. And I want to uplift, obviously, the wonderful work that this place that we're here in North Orange and serving our adult learners. We have to serve all of our students, and we have an opportunity to serve, as mentioned, the 6.8 million Californians who don't have a post-secondary degree, and to be more intentional and targeted in that. And that our approach is going to be very important, especially if we're going to meet students where they're at. I had the privilege of meeting one of our students here, and she told me that, she lives only 10 minutes away from this college, but never knew that these opportunities were afforded to her. And so that is anecdotally a testament that we can do better, and we will do better as we strive to, again, do intentional outreach to our communities, particularly our immigrant communities, our communities of color who desperately need our institutions today to help them, again, thrive and succeed. So I guess my ask here is, obviously, we on the board are in a position where we can amplify, again, these voices in Sacramento, but we welcome your partnership. Throughout the state, we are 116 California community colleges strong, and we all can uplift the wonderful work that we do, as we should, especially during these very hard and difficult political times, especially at the federal level. But we can do that, and would encourage you to, again, as a faculty member, I will be doing the same, but to motivate our students to become more civically and politically engaged, particularly to champion our system in Sacramento and ultimately in Washington, D.C. So I'm grateful for these bold initiatives, and I look forward again to advocating for our system, and as we all are, as we move forward. Thank you.
So if I could paraphrase for Board Member Villavicencio, and that is, our time is now. We need your support. We need to move now.
I had that right here. I forgot to say it.
Personal motto.
Written on a cue card.
Yeah. Thank you very much, board members. I wanted to chime into this chorus because this budget ask is incredibly well researched, and I just wanted to.
I had my hand up.
Oh, Harry. Oh,
Madam
hi,
Chair.
Harry. Hi there. Okay, you can go first. Go ahead. Go ahead, Member LeGrand.
Yeah, I just don't, to join the Yaya choir, I was just going to also comment that, given all my time on the board, I mean, this I think is one of the most pragmatic, clearly spelled out budgets that I've heard. And I think that the state would be foolish not to approve everything that we've asked for. I think as Member Brown pointed out, we do have the smallest corporate office of all of the systems, and the fact that we're able to do as much as we do with 116 campuses and over 2 million students is a testament to the hard work and the dedication of our team working and under the leadership of Chancellor Christian. So I just wanted to, as I sit here and recover, just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of the team there and thank you for very clearly understood budget presentation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Member LeGrand. We miss you in person, so come back soon. So I wanted to echo that sentiment. I think our budget ask, our money goes where our values are. And no one is going to look at this budget ask and question where our priority is. And 1,000% that is our students. And I know that crafting something like this is more of an art than a science. It might be a combination of both. But the fact that it is so well researched and puts that priority where it needs to be is just a testament to the subject matter expertise that each one of the Chancellor's Office staff and the Chancellor herself brings to this work. So I wanted to do a couple things to, one, elevate the Future Summit and the work around innovation, make sure that we are thinking about innovation not as some cool new thing, but the fact it's a necessity. It's something that we just absolutely must do. And the fact that, number one, the Chancellor did such a great job with her speech, but also, Chancellor, if I may ask you, is it premature to say that we will be assigning the Board of Governors homework on AI literacy?
Got it, President Aguinaldo.
Okay, our professorial sides are coming out. Please expect that homework board because we're not going to ask the students to experience something we don't have facility and familiarity in. So I am very much looking forward to everyone doing their homework. But again, kudos on this phenomenal budget request. I think it was just expertly done. At this time, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Anaheim.
All right, we have 3 public comments. First, Orani Lamina Prosser, then Omar Zavala, followed by Jerry Reyes.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. My name is Orani Lamina Prosser. I'm the president of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. We appreciate the Chancellor's Office requesting the additional $55 million in ongoing funding to fully fund the 90% reimbursement rate for the part-time faculty office hours program. Since faculty working conditions are student learning conditions, the proposed ongoing funding request is vital to student success, as part-time faculty would not need to choose between providing students one-on-one support and working another job to provide for their family. The other part of my comment is on the total amount of funding requests on Proposition 98. While FACT appreciates the comprehensive list of funding requests, we noticed that Proposition 98 ongoing fund requests are nearly 6.4 times general fund requests. In other words, $78.1 million versus $75 million. Additionally, the $237.4 million in one-time Proposition 98 resources is nearly 5.3 times the $45 million in one-time Proposition 4 bond fund requests. Since the funding in Proposition 98 is limited, we recommend exploring alternative funding resources. Examining a broader range of revenue options could help advance the critical goals in this budget request while preserving Proposition 98 resources for coeducational resources. Thank you. We look forward to partnering with the Chancellor's Office to secure the funding that we need for our students and colleges to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. We've seen your face on the screen several times, so it's great to see you in person.
Hello. Students need transparency to Common Cloud. We're putting all of our eggs in one basket. Well-funded and state actors can attack this cloud and get student data. As we've seen at the federal level where student data and our rights were violated. And this could be used to target students like we see with immigration right now. if we want to innovate, why don't we start by restoring student rights? If we want to achieve our goals in equity and accessibility to education, why don't we remove the corporate surveillance from budget? Why don't we remove all the corporations that store student data? We're forced into legal agreements with these companies when it should be the other way around, when they should be beholden to student rights. They shouldn't be collecting, storing, transferring student data. We have a lot of companies that are tied to the ongoing genocide that is happening right now. We have Nimbus from Google, Microsoft Azure, Meta that has censored employees and contributed to destabilizing democracies. We have KKR that owns Canvas, where people are dropping out of music festivals because of them taking housing in occupied Palestine. Canvas has multiple lawsuits. There's one brought by the Tech Law Center and against KKR by our Department of Justice. Everything we do, we work on is through these communication channels. Data collection can be very harmful. There's leaks, could be in criminal hands forever. There's false assessments, there's analytics, through analytics, and like I've said, violation at the federal level. This creates a lack of trust in something like Common Cloud.
30 seconds.
Google recently used their power of surveillance to interfere with California state legislation. You could look at on Cal Matters. These companies are allowed to steal from students. They are some of the biggest contributors to inequity. Professor Emerita at Harvard, Zuboff, says, classifies surveillance capitalism as a new economic order that claims human experience as a free raw material for hidden commercial practices, extraction, prediction, and sale.
That is time. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Another familiar voice. Vice President Rawlings, any other public speakers?
Jerry Reyes.
Oh, great.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. My name is Jerry Reyes, and I'm honored to serve as the president of the Student Center for California Community Colleges, representing more than 2.1 million students across our system. I want to begin by thanking you for including the Umoja proposal submitted by the SSCCC, which is the only proposal that came directly from the students in the legislative and budget package that you have today. Your recognition of this request means a great deal to students because it speaks directly to one of our most vulnerable populations. This proposal provides critical funding to expand Umoja programs, which have consistently demonstrated their ability to improve outcomes for Black students and other students who face persistent barriers in higher education. The Chancellor's Office 2024 evaluation report highlights that Umoja students consistently outperform their peers in persistence, unit completion, and course success, and within 3 years, Umoja students are 97% more likely to transfer, up to 182% more, and up to 182% more likely to earn a degree or certificate in comparison to their non-Umoja counterparts. But it's not just about academic achievement. Umoja students also report higher levels of confidence, a stronger sense of belonging, and greater belief in their ability to succeed. These results prove that culturally relevant, community-based support makes a real difference. Demand for Umoja still exceeds available funding. While about 80 programs are active today, many colleges are eager to join. In its 2024 report, the Chancellor's Office recommended increased funding to match program growth and ensure adequate support statewide. This proposal delivers on the recommendation, funding for 5 new programs so more students can benefit from Umoja's transformative support. While we celebrate this progress, we also
That is
recognize
time. Thank you for your
the broader
comments.
context. Equity-based programs like DEI and HSI initiatives are facing cuts across the country. California has both the opportunity and responsibility to lead by continuing to invest in equity-centered programs like Umoja. We understand the upcoming budget year will be tough, but we urge you to continue supporting this proposal. Expanding Umoja is more than just funding a program. It's an investment in equity, closing opportunity gaps, and giving every student, regardless of background, a fair chance to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to Gary for virtual comments on this item.
We have several hands raised. Let's start with AJ. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. I'm AJ Thompson, Policy Director for California Competes Higher Education for a Strong Economy. We appreciate the focus in the legislative and budget advocacy plans improving statewide coordination and supporting Californians without a degree, adult learners, and student parents. These efforts would bolster our economy and uplift families such as credit for prior learning, supports for basic needs like food, CalFresh, student housing, childcare that's affordable, and equitable access to financial aid. Thank you so much for your thoughtful plans.
Next, we have Gerson Cortez. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you. My name is Gerson Cortez Palacios. I am the executive cultural broker for Undocumented Scholars LLC, and I am one of thousands of undocumented Californians who have turned our community college education into a way to take care of ourselves, our families, and our state of California. DREAM programs make that possible, which is why I support the funding request to strengthen these DREAM programs. For 3 years, Undocumented Scholars LLC has worked alongside DREAM programs in community colleges across California. We see deeply invested educators making everyday miracles with the very few resources that they have. I extend my gratitude to the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office for moving to strengthen the health of these programs. Based on that field experience, we recommend a full-time resource liaison specialist at the Chancellor's Office funded within the requested 3% administrative allocation. A specialist is essential to align guidance across all 100 existing colleges, coordinate professional development for DREAM resource liaisons, and serve as a single point of contact for them. A specialist would also help ensure that this investment is being used prudently by each campus. To maximize this investment, new funding for DREAM programs must be explicitly additive. New funding should not be used to backfill costs already covered by the district or college. When new funds pay old
30
bills,
seconds.
capacity stays flat and families feel no change. When new funds pay old bills, capacity stays flat. Additive funding is visible now. It strengthens and grows capacity, which is why that is what is needed for these families. Thank you to the Chancellor's Office for this timely request and to the undocumented students who keep enrolling and strengthening our communities despite the terror. Please pair the $15 million request with a full-time statewide specialist
That is
and
time. Thank you
additive
for your
funding
comments.
guidelines for the promise.
Next, we have Larry Galizio. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board, Chancellor Christian, Larry Galizio with the League. First, I want to thank Chris Ferguson and the entire team for the hard work and all the effort. So what we're hearing from the district leadership is a focus on 3 priorities. First is COLA and flexible money. The diversity of our districts necessitate the ability for leadership, along with faculty and classified staff and students, to decide where monies should be spent. Second, we're appreciative of deferred maintenance being included in the shared advocacy request. We have billions of dollars of needs for deferred maintenance and instructional equipment for workforce development. Third, we're appreciative of the growth dollars. That's really essential. This is a very optimistic budget, shared advocacy request, and we hope that it can come to fruition. At the same time, we believe, to quote Chris Ferguson, for outcomes, we need to focus on what Dr. Vasquez called core resources. Without the core resources, you don't have capacity to serve the students, to pay the faculty, to pay the classified staff, to keep the
30
doors
seconds.
open. Finally, I think it's going to be really important in this era when federal cuts are already affecting our districts, where we have uncertainty and the economy does not look good at the federal or state level, for the Chancellor's Office to make the case why you're taking Prop 98 money instead of using general fund dollars to fund the state agency. We know there's a need, but that should come out of the general fund, not to reductions in the money that should be going to the districts.
That
Thank you
is
very
time.
much.
Thank you for your comment.
Next, we have Aldo. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
My name is Aldo, cultural anthropologist with Andaki Scholars LLC. Thank you for allowing me to comment today. I also support the request for 15 million of ongoing dollars to strengthen DREAM programs. To carry out the intent of this investment, I ask that you truly consider these essential asks. First, include a full-time DREAM resource liaison specialist at the Chancellor's office using the 3% administrative allocation request. This role should be ongoing and separate from immigration legal services. A specialist with both subject matter knowledge and hands-on experience can ensure that policies and resources truly serve undocumented students. This position would align colleges, reduce the number of out-of-compliance campuses, provide a clear chain of command to resolve discrepancies, and guarantee consistent implementation of model policies statewide. As a cultural anthropologist, I want to emphasize that discrimination is not always expressed openly on college campuses. It often takes the form of willful neglect, leaders choosing not to act, policies left unenforced, or responsibilities quietly dismissed. In practice, this leaves DREAM resource liaisons who bring deep expertise but little institutional authority, overworked and undersupported. As a result, undocumented students experience highly inconsistent support across the state. Standardization of undocumented services is needed across our California community college system, especially now when migrant families are experiencing high levels of uncertainty. Lastly, new dollars must be
30
additive
seconds.
and not used to backfill existing costs. With this in mind, colleges need clear funding guidelines and accountability. California's undocumented students cannot afford another cycle of temporary fixes. With a specialist at the CCCO and clear funding rules, we can turn this investment into real stability, real opportunity, and real hope. Thank you.
Next, we have Melissa Bardot. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, Vice President Rawlings, and members of the board. Melissa Bardo on behalf of EdTrust West. While there are many items to celebrate in the system budget request, I would like to use my time to elevate our support for two key items: dual enrollment expansion and enhanced support for financial aid office administration. Vision 2030 rightly highlights dual enrollment as a proven strategy for closing equity gaps, accelerating degree completion, and increasing college-going rates, especially for students from historically underserved communities. Despite this, dual enrollment opportunities remain unevenly distributed, leaving many students, especially those in low-income communities and rural communities, without access to these proven pathways to success. The proposed funding for dual enrollment expansion would be transformative, enabling the development of statewide infrastructure to ensure equitable access to college-level coursework for all high school students. Regarding financial aid administration, we support the proposed COLA for financial aid administration, which would strengthen campus capacity to help students, especially student parents, maximize available aid. Increased state investment in financial aid outreach and application support for community college students directly advances Vision 2030's goals to expand aid access and reduce affordability gaps. Amid federal threats to higher education funding, California must safeguard progress in college affordability and invest in innovative
30
solutions
seconds.
like dual enrollment that saves students and families time and money. Lastly, I want to extend our gratitude and appreciation to the Chancellor's Office, especially the Finance, Government Relations, and Educational Services teams for their partnership, leadership, and unwavering commitment to equity. We look forward to partnering with you to make all these investments a reality for students. Thank you.
And we have one more hand raised. Sabrina Means, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon, Chancellor Christian, Board President Aguinaldo, and members of the board. My name is Sabrina Means, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Pasadena City College. Pasadena City College is very supportive of the fire recovery initiative proposed by the Chancellor's Office as part of the system request. PCC continues to be appreciative of the commitments and the investments thus far to help rebuild the areas affected by the Eaton fire, specifically through workforce development and career technical education. We look forward to continued collaboration with the Chancellor's Office and Board of Governors on upcoming opportunities. Thank you very much.
Madam President, this concludes all public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second already on the table from Member Haynes and Member Perry. So at this time, I will take a vote.
Love Adu.
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Maria Blaze.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Lillian Corral.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Jennifer Perry.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Madam President, the motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Great, thank you very much. We are going to move to item 6.2, which is our non-credit and adult learners update. I will pass it to Vice Chancellor Cordova.
That is most likely coming.
Good afternoon, everybody. President, Vice President, Chancellor, board members.
Sorry.
Time's up. Dang it. So we're here to talk about item 6.2, the non-credit and adult learner update. With me, you're going to hear the remarks from Dean Gary Adams, President Valentina Pertel of North Orange, and Senior Vice President for the Strategic Initiatives from Tamika Connor. You're going to get a little bit of insight of where we stand, where we were, and what the future looks like itself. So with that being said, I'm going to leave a little bit of the intro, but allow the team to come up and do the presentations. As now I'll turn it over to Gary to give you a brief history of the system.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rollins, members of the board, and Chancellor Christian. Thank you for having us here. We are very pleased to present to you about non-credit education and adult learners. As Vice Chancellor Cordova indicated, we'll share some history about adult education, some insights about where we are today, and talk about what's planned. Next slide. So where did we start? This slide shows a timeline illustrating a brief history of adult education in California. This deck is intended as a primer on adult learners, a reference to go back to. Here are some of the highlights of this timeline. Next slide. Shortly after California became a state in 1850, adult education began with the establishment of the first evening school in San Francisco in 1856. More cities followed suit, establishing adult evening schools due to a shift in our economy from primarily agrarian to increasingly industrial. This resulted in a demand for workforce development and educational services. Next slide, please. In the 20th century, California's first junior college was established in Fresno. From that point forward, junior colleges were formed across the state in response to demand, with programs for adults that would be classified as non-credit today. In 1960, the Donahoe Act introduced the California's Master Plan for Higher Education, which formally defined the mission of junior or community colleges as the lower division academic and vocational branch of California's higher education system. Next slide, please. Before the Great Recession of 2008-9, the state was appropriating about $750 million in categorical or dedicated funding for adult education. and it was within the California Department of Education budget. That's about $1 billion in today's dollars. Then the recession hit and budget cuts eliminated all adult education state spending. Around the state, adult schools were closed as funding was redirected, and of course, enrollment dropped. In 2013-14, the legislature established the Adult Education Consortium model we have today, and funding was restored in 2015 with the Adult Education Block Grant, now called the California Adult Education Program, or CAPE. But the funding's program was redirected to the Chancellor's Office budget. Today, now a decade later, this funding has grown to nearly $670 million, but that is only 2/3 of the state investment prior to the Great Recession. Demand and services have continued. We now serve around 600,000 students. With more funding support, CAPE could better address the workforce and educational needs of the over 6.8 million Californians who have some college but no post-secondary credential or certificate. Next slide. So, adult education, of the 3 pillars of the community college mission, has always been a critical and foundational component. Next slide. Adult education that the community colleges provide is referred to as non-credit education. Indeed, non-credit education programs are critical for students in underserved communities across California. Next slide. Non-credit programs at the community colleges create a career education pathway to help students transition to the next step in their educational and professional journeys. To many of our students, colleges can feel unattainable and out of reach, but non-credit programs help to create a bridge between the impossible and the possible, a bridge between non-credit course completion and credit degree programs or certificates of achievement and work that launch a career. Next slide. Previous slide. Here are the top non-credit programs in instructional areas and the program areas allowable under CAPE funding. With that, I'll pass the presentation over to my colleague, Tamika Connor.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Non-credit programs serve as an entry point into higher education and the workforce. Non-credit programs offer tangible economic benefits by directly aligning training to local employer needs. And learners see real wage increases up to 13 to 22% in California for non-credit CTE programs. They also offer educational benefits, including affordable and accessible options for underserved populations, streamlined pathways into credit-bearing programs, and accelerated learning models for rapid workforce reentry. On the institutional and community side, non-credit programs enhance employer partnerships, address regional skills shortages, and offer cost-effective ways for community colleges to serve more students. This represents a high return on investment for students, institutions, and the wider community. Next slide, please. The primary funding source for non-credit programs is state apportionment. A major victory for system advocacy includes, beginning in 2025-26, enhanced non-credit programs will be funded at the same reimbursement rates as special admit and incarcerated populations. Funding levels continue to influence the scope and reach of our services. Reliable, equitable support is crucial for the colleges to expand their offerings and address the workforce and educational needs of millions of adult learners. Next slide, please. Our students pursue non-credit opportunities for a variety of educational goals. For some, it's about improving English, preparing for citizenship, or building literacy skills. For others, the goal is career-oriented, earning a high school diploma, preparing for the GED or HiSET, learning new skills for a job or promotion, or preparing for college. Many also aim to develop self-sufficiency, independence, and personal growth. These diverse goals highlight the importance of flexibility and responsiveness in non-credit programs. Next slide, please. In California, there are millions of adult learners with diverse needs. More than 2.5 million adults live in poverty. Over 4 million adults over the age of 25 do not have a high school diploma. Approximately 6.8 million people have some college experience but no degree. Additionally, over 10 million Californians are immigrants, and about half of them being naturalized citizens. These learners come from diverse cultural backgrounds, different income levels, and a variety of life experiences. Our role is to meet them where they are, offer pathways that connect directly to their educational and career goals. Next slide, please. I want to share Amin's story. After 16 years as a bank processing officer, his company started moving branches out of the state. Relocating was not an option. He and his wife were raising 3 daughters in San Diego. He had no tech background, but he saw an opportunity in IT. Calbright's flexibility and support made it possible for him to transition into a completely new field. Not only did he complete one program, but he also became the first student to complete all 3 programs of Calbright's technology programs in IT, cybersecurity, and network technology. Today, he works in IT as a help desk specialist and continues to stay active in our community. His story proves that flexibility, stackable programs change lives. As shared in his own words, I thought it would be a regular college experience with strict deadlines and schedules, but it was completely different. You do the work when you can, and counselors reach out if you fall behind. His voice reminds us that when we build programs around flexibility and student support, people succeed. Next slide, please. Vision 2030 highlights equitable, worker-focused, industry-driven approach. We're concentrating on key sectors: healthcare, climate, education. Our strategies include apprenticeship, flexible learning options, recognizing credit for prior learning, all vital to adult students. This plan aligns with the Governor's Master Plan for Career Education, making sure non-credit education plays a key role in preparing Californians for good jobs. Next slide, please. We are advancing non-credit education through active outreach and collaboration. The system held its first Vision 2030 symposium on the non-credit working group in October of 2023. The 2025 California Adult Education Program Summit will be held this month. We will hold the 2025 Vision 2030 Non-Credit Summit in October. This outreach helps ensure non-credit remains a key part of the statewide discussion on workforce and educational equity. Next slide, please.
So to further solidify the role of non-credit education within the California Community College system, a statewide collaborative and system-level approach is essential. So we are going to share 2 emerging successful practices that demonstrate some recent efforts. For example, in our role as a community college technical assistance provider, we led a 2-year non-credit statewide Vision 2030 non-credit work group, which brought together State Chancellor's Office representatives, field practitioners, researchers, and state organizations. 2 deliverables were the result of this 2-year collaborative work. First, a recommendation of non-credit specific Vision 2030 success metrics, and second, a framework of tiered and customized professional development to ensure smooth and successful implementation of these metrics. Next slide, please. So highlighted on your slide, you see 5 recommended non-credit Vision 2030 aligned success metrics. The beauty of this recommendation is that these metrics already exist in community college ecosystem. They also cross over several key statewide initiatives, and they're fully aligned with Guided Pathway framework, which makes them accessible and relevant and, of course, doable. Next slide, please. Another effort is a recent regional non-credit workshop, which was hosted by Woodland College for Far North region, and we were pleased to welcome 2 members of the Board of Governors with us. This workshop brought together representatives from 30 colleges and 7 districts of the region, and the content, the training content, was customized for the regional needs. We hope to replicate this model across the state. Next slide, please. So what does the future hold for non-credit education? Well, we passionately believe that non-credit education has the power to transform communities. Why? Because it is truly equity in action. Next slide, please. If you think about it, non-credit specific or uniquely non-credit disciplines or programs of studies already call out special populations. And we talk about immigrant education, citizenship preparation, older adults, and adults with disabilities. Second, non-credit education lives where community lives. You've learned a little bit about NOCE as an example. We have about 100 community sites throughout our service area, and that's in addition to our 3 fully comprehensive non-credit centers. And it's because we meet students where they are, literally. So this, coupled with flexible delivery models and also affordability, makes it easier for us to remove barriers on the way of adult learners who sometimes try to enter traditional educational systems. A couple of more examples. Non-credit education is seen as an economic driver. For example, in 22-23, as you can see on your slide, at least 586 NOCE graduates achieved a living wage in Orange County. And as you know, this is an expensive county to live in. And this was a direct result of our students graduating from our accessible, affordable, and competency-based vocational training programs. At NOCE, we like to say we're only as strong as our partners, and it's because we truly leverage resources from an extensive partnership network of our local community partners, so that we can provide wraparound services and even offer classes at the sites of our partners. You had the pleasure of meeting Pathways of Hope representatives that run our food pantry. Just a few weeks ago, we showcased our newly acquired partner, Serve the People, who brought mobile clinics to all 3 centers to provide extensive low-cost or no-cost medical services to our students and even employees. Next slide, please. As our communities evolve, so should our strategies, and a couple of clear examples. One is NOCE's work with our older adult population, which is the fastest growing segment of population in Orange County. Right now, NOCE offers older adult classes at probably every senior community center, and resident facility within our service area. Another example is our parenting program that directly now addresses adverse childhood experiences. And we were really honored to be recognized by California Surgeon General Diana Ramos for addressing 5 of her priorities for well-being in California. Okay. Next slide, please. As we can see, the cost of inaction is dire, and we don't want to be there. Next slide, please. So adult education on non-credit is about a possibility. Let's hear directly from our students. I'll keep talking.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go through the video.
Oh, there's no sound.
The video is going to be there for you guys. We can take a look at that a little bit later.
Okay.
Been staying home mom for like 15 years. I really do not know what I'm gonna do with my life after migrating here in 2021.
Here comes the schedule of NOCE, and it said completely free tuition. I was like, this is perfect for me. It's meant to be.
I was walking around looking for places, and I found out Cypress College. So yeah, so I registered for ESL classes over there. Yeah.
I wanted to continue to stay mentally active, to experience parenting from an educational standpoint, continue to become a better parent.
Well, with NOCE, it did help me a lot on try to improve myself, along with help me get more used to outside my comfort zone. And it also helped me more on my education level too.
At first, it feels like I don't need it, but then when I started learning, wow, I wanted more. It became a hobby, and then it became a passion.
At the beginning, it was just English as a second language, but I don't know. I was just so curious, and I was just asking questions all the time, and I was looking at the schedule that you guys have, asking those questions. Different instructors, they were guiding me for the path that I needed.
And everywhere I've turned into, there was a staff or faculty waiting for me to lead me, to make sure I never get stuck, to help me continue on, to never get behind, to answer all of my questions.
All of us, we are looking for a place where we belong. More than a place to study or to work, I have found more like a support, like a family.
Everybody's welcome at NOC, and I love my school even more because of that mission and vision in our school.
With all this help, support, I pursued my dream. It's such a transforming to me. It's like I didn't expect I could get this much benefits out of it until I look back. Oh wow, this past 2 years, I have changed so much.
The information that I have acquired as a result of being here at NOCE is most definitely going to be something that I'm going to be able to take with me as a person, as a friend, as a family member. Experience here has been extremely beneficial.
Right now, I feel so confident. And even though I make mistakes still, I still feeling like I have the power to talk, and I have the power to even make mistakes. NOCE give me like the foundation of my education.
Well, I feel more confident now because I learned so many things from NOCE, and I feel more confident to go to the store to speak in English.
NOCE has been transformational for me because as an immigrant who migrated here permanently 3 years ago, I don't know what to do with my life. And then I found NOCE, and that's where I found the other half, the other purpose of my life, from someone who's really lost to somewhere I can belong.
NOCE gave me a different perspective in life. NOCE gave me another purpose in life. I'm forever grateful with NOCE.
Thank you. And we are very grateful to our North Orange County Community College District Board of Trustees who envisioned this bold, comprehensive, standalone non-credit institution 5 decades ago and have supported us every single year through thick and thin, and they give us space to innovate and progress. And the last slide, next slide, please. You can see in front of you just several thoughts that we have that would help support the system at the legislative level in some cases and the system level in other cases. But we believe that these initiatives listed in front of you will help support non-credit education and will help unlock its tremendous potential to impact communities.
So I also want to take a moment here to say thank you to the team. I really greatly appreciate the partnership that we have with both Calbright and NOCE in regards to supporting the Chancellor's Office as the technical assistance provider. So this is the presentation for our non-credit and adult learners. At this time, I want to thank everybody and open it up for some questions.
Right. All right, any board comments? I see down here at the end, Brown? Is it Brown or Villavicencio or Corral?
Well,
Let's start with Corral. Yeah.
I'll just start by saying that, just thank you so much for sharing that history and then the outcomes of success and then the stories of the students at the end. It really is remarkable, and just congratulations on all that you do.
I had the privilege of joining the wonderful people who presented here at Woodland Community College just about a month ago, and I had more of an in-depth understanding about non-credit. And I will tell you, I will speak personally here as a first-generation immigrant, as a naturalized citizen myself. When I came here to the United States fairly young, my parents and my grandmother could have really used this type of program. Not that they didn't succeed, but I will say my grandmother toiled in the fast food industry until her retirement. Nothing saying bad about the fast food industry, it paid the bills. But I think these type of programs would have been transformative in her life as she would have been able to speak English better and perhaps opened up opportunities. And so I'm a big supporter of the work that you do. And I think obviously it serves our students, who many of them are immigrants, our adult students. And so I commend your work, and really looking forward to seeing how we can, in fact, support non-credit programs throughout the state of California. And again, through your leadership, we'll make it happen. Thank you.
Member Adu? And then
I thought
Haynes.
Pam was first.
You were first.
Oh, okay, great. We often use the term non-traditional student, and so as someone who typically fits into the idea of a traditional student, one of the most transformative aspects of attending a California community college was meeting non-traditional students, in particular adult learners. Being surrounded by people who challenged my idea of what education should be for, it was truly transformative, and I really want to commend the work that you guys are doing. I have a really deep love for adult learners, for returners to education, non-credit learning, a lot of learning that doesn't fit the typical mold that people expect when they think of college, but still helps transform lives and fuel economies. So I just want to really commend your work.
Member Haynes.
So thank you all for your presentations. As someone who was an adult learner, my heart as well as my understanding of what it takes to get through our institutions is sometimes profound. And I do want to raise up a group of adult learners that are near and dear to my heart, along with others. African American population in California is just under 6%. They are reflected in every one of our colleges, but much of the data in terms of success rates is dismal. they usually are at the bottom of those success rates. If we get them back, we're really lucky. If they find that sense of belonging and that organization or that faculty member that can hang on to them to help them through, then they are indeed very blessed and very lucky. But I will say one thing that I do know, because I ask almost every month, what is that rate at Calbright? And that rate of African American adult learner is at 20 to 22%, which means that Calbright is doing something important. Now, that's the open door, and all of our colleges have an open door. So what one has to look at is their completion rate, and there's, because that's the success rate. And it is not at 20%, but it is getting closer in a very systematic way, where whatever Calbright is doing, we need to bottle it relative to success, because everybody needs to be a part of that, and we need to be intentional of who's not in our rooms. We are doing all of these programs, and we talk about the students, we talk about the adult learners, but if we don't disaggregate that information to see who's being successful within our programs, then we are failing our population here in California. So the chancellor knows I'm high on all this, but I'm also soft heart, hard head, and the hard head says, show me the data. And so I'm hoping that we collect that we are stringent in how we look at it, that we're intentional of who's not in the classroom, who is not being included, and that we go out and that we get them, and we are sharing that we really want them in these programs. It's critically important. And so I want to thank you for your presentation.
Member Epstein.
Well, Member Haynes did the perfect intro into what I wanted to talk about. First of all, I was going to give a shout out to Calbright, but that's already been done now, so I don't need to bother with that. But I was really interested in this slide that's labeled Proposed Non-Credit Metrics for Vision 2030. And there are the 5 boxes of head count, milestone, that sort of thing. Has that data ever been collected? Is this a brand new thing? And if it has been collected, what do we know from what has been collected already?
The data has been collected and is being collected because the recommendation was based on the metrics that already exist in our system. But this data is collected in different buckets, so to say. It's separated, the data points are separated by specific initiatives that collect this data. And it's California Adult Education Program, Strong Workforce Program, and Wioa Title II Program. And we do have some statewide data as well, if you want
to. In our management information systems, colleges do report for non-credit, but to Member Haynes' point, we really need to take a look at the data and not only clean the data, but analyze it more closely.
What was interesting to me, I mean, there's 2 rows of boxes here. One is about, the metrics, and then the bottom part was all about the education plan. And do they get an education plan when they start, or you try when they're starting to take classes? Then do you say, hey, do you have an education plan? How does that work?
I can answer this question and maybe use again an OCE as an example. Yes, we do provide our students with education plan, and we collect data through MIS showing how many students get education plan. And the reason why we pulled out that specific metric, because our data shows that students that do have education plan are more likely to register and persist. And this was that one game changer that we have seen, as opposed to, let's say, even getting orientation, getting onboarded. It's having the plan is what made the difference.
Do you have any idea how many ultimately go on to take 4 credit courses and get a degree?
We have a percentage.
We can't get you that data, Member Epstein.
Thank you.
So just to quickly kind of make a data comment, since Member Epstein sort of opened up that conversation. President Pertel and her team, and Dulce, can you wave out, please? So Dulce is the researcher, and she's like best buddies with our research team, John Hetz and Terrence Willett. And this group has been, some of the non-credit data is programmatically collected. And we are interested in elevating it to a Vision 2030 system metric. And we're kind of going through that conversation. For example, the next presentation that Bill will be bringing up is going to be on CPL. And we've been talking about CPL being a priority, but we don't really measure it in a systematic way at the system level. So I think Board Member Epstein's comment is spot on in undergirding the fact that the work that the TAP team is doing related to research and data, that it's making its way to becoming a state system-wide Vision 2030 metric. And at some point, the Board of Governors will be seeing it as well. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Member Brown.
So during our tour earlier, we actually got to meet a lot of the faces that we just saw in that video. And it's just such a testament to the quality of education that these students are receiving. There was one student I didn't meet personally, but when she was speaking in the video, I wouldn't have known she was an English language learner if she hadn't said it. So that's extremely impressive. I also noticed during our tour a lot of talk about, and this is another intersection area, about giving these students work-based learning opportunities. And we're also elevating our metrics in the state to start collecting what have we already been doing in that area. And I think that our credit programs have a lot to learn from our continuing education programs on this front, because a lot of what was being discussed during our tour were about all the opportunities students are given, because in addition to having a plan, having that experience of actually having been able to visit that workplace and dip your toe in the pool and see if that's where you want to get in or not, as a career counselor to my students. Maybe you don't want the pool, maybe you want the jacuzzi. So, right? But you don't know if you don't get that opportunity to try things out. And I think that's something continuing education has been doing really well. And I'm glad that we're starting to collect these metrics so that we can show it. And then that'll hopefully help us, again, get more funding to keep doing what we know works. So I'm just very impressed, of course. I mean, I already knew before I came here because I'm a North Orange County graduate. Fullerton College. So thank you very much for your excellent work, and keep it up. And we look forward to seeing all of the data that proves that what we're doing here is what we need to be doing everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Adu.
Yes. And now that Member Brown has mentioned it, I can't believe I haven't mentioned it in the few hours that we've been here. Cypress College alum, so also NOCCD.
All right. And as a Fullerton College alum, it's great to be here, and thank you, NOCE, for being a great host for us today. We'll open it up for public comments.
The public comment period on item 6.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Anaheim.
All right, we just have one, Rhonda Wabe.
Good afternoon, Vice President Rawling, members of the board, and Chancellor Christian. I'm Renda Wabi. I'm the president of the Community College Association, which is the higher education affiliate of the California Teachers Association. I'm also faculty here at Cypress College and here in North Orange, and welcome you to our district and the building that houses our incredible non-credit programs. I want to thank the Chancellor's Office for the thorough update on non-credit and adult education programs and their vital role that they play in advancing Vision 2030's goals of equity and access, success, and support. Non-credit programs are essential to advancing equity and economic mobility in California. They offer vital on-ramps to employment, high school completion, citizenship, and transitions to credit programs, often serving our most vulnerable and under-resourced adult learners. However, if we are to deliver on the promise of equitable access and success, we must ensure that the educators at the front lines of this work, especially in non-credit programs, receive equitable pay and are supported through the hiring of more full-time faculty. Equity for students requires equity for faculty. As the system expands its commitment to non-credit education, CCA encourages the Chancellor's Office and the Board to continue advocating for increased state investment in this area. Adequate funding will allow local districts to prioritize full-time hiring and fair compensation for all faculty, especially the part-time instructors who make these programs possible. Thank you.
And this concludes public comments on this item.
All right. So with that, we'll continue jumping around the agenda. We'll jump up to 6.1, Vision 2030 Credit for Prior Learning Work Plan Update with Vice Chancellor Todd.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, good afternoon. Chancellor Christian, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, members of the board. Really happy to be here to give you an update on our Credit for Prior Learning work plan, as well as an update on what's happening in the field. We can go to the next slide. Across California, millions of adults already hold the knowledge and skills that colleges teach. Veterans who have led teams and mastered advanced technologies. Apprentices who have logged thousands of hours perfecting their craft. And caregivers and first responders who make life and death decisions every day. Working professionals who have built careers before ever stepping into a classroom. And their learning is real. Their contributions are real, but too often, higher education has not recognized this reality, and too often we've asked students to start from scratch even when they already carry college-level knowledge. Credit for Prior Learning changes that. It creates a bridge from other learning into college credit and from college credit into workplace value. By honoring what learners already know, we accelerate their futures, we help them complete degrees faster, reduce debt, and step into higher wage, high demand careers. And we create a more equitable system, one that values the lived experiences of every Californian. Next slide. And that's the vision behind our Credit for Prior Learning work plan, a plan deeply aligned with Vision 2030. By 2030, we'll provide meaningful CPL opportunities to at least 250,000 Californians, so that a student, including 220,000 working adults and apprentices and 30,000 veterans and military-connected learners. We will not get there by treating CPL as a side initiative, but by embedding it into the everyday fabric of our colleges. We're building a digital infrastructure that makes CPL simple and transparent so that a student can immediately see how their military training, their apprenticeship hours, or industry credential translates into college credit. We're bringing faculty and industry together to ensure those credits are academically rigorous and fully aligned with the workforce skills California employers need. We're strengthening our data systems so that for the first time we can measure the equity impact of CPL, tracking how it shortens time to degree, how it saves students money and boosts wage outcomes. And we're launching demonstration projects in communities across the state focused on veterans, apprentices, first responders, justice-involved learners, and others who stand to benefit most. And to make this real, imagine a veteran who can complete a degree faster because their advanced training is honored for credit. Imagine an apprentice who turns thousands of hours of supervised practice into a direct pathway to a credential. And imagine a caregiver already skilled in health, communication, and crisis management who sees those abilities recognized as part of their journey into a career in allied health. These are the futures that Credit for Prior Learning make possible. It's not about building systems, it's about building trust as well. Trust is what learners bring us in their experiences, and we will recognize their value. Trust that the credit that they earn will count toward their degree, towards their career, and towards their future. At its heart, this work plan is a promise. It's that we'll recognize learning wherever it happens, and that we will meet students where they are, honor what they already know, and give them a faster career, clearer path to their goals. And when we do this, we don't just accelerate degrees, we accelerate dreams, we accelerate opportunity, and we accelerate California's future. And I'll now turn this over to my friend, my colleague, our senior advisor to the Chancellor for CPL, Sam Lee, for an in-depth look at this evolving and exciting work.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Todd. Great to be with you, members of the board, Chancellor Christian. We are so excited about this work moving forward. Next slide, please. I'd like to give you an idea of where we're at today. If we look at our dashboard, we can see every day the dashboard tick up a little. Right now, if you look in the upper left of that quadrant, you'll see that we're serving almost 26,000. In fact, today, if you look down, it would be over 26,000 students. Our goal this year is to serve 40,000 with CPL. Our goal by 2030 is 250,000, and our stretch goal is 500,000. So we are reaching for the stars. Wow. And we believe we can get there. If you look just below that 40,000, you'll see we have a 30,000 veteran sprint goal. And right now we're serving 12,202 military veterans. So we have until now, on November 11th, Veterans Day, to close that gap, which is a big gap. And we see that gap every day when we wake up in the morning, and that's the gap of the veterans for whom we cannot account for whether we're giving them the credit they deserve. And our goal is to be able to account for that. We're not saying they're not receiving it. Many of our veterans receive credit for their military training, but we want to be able to document it and see it where it happens. We're also serving 13,700 working adults and 180 apprentices. This is not the sum total of those whom we are serving. This is the sum total of those we can document each day that we are serving. Our goal is to make Credit for Prior Learning transparent throughout the state, accessible at each of our colleges, easily obtainable, and something that our students bump into along the way in life and find out that they have credit for prior learning opportunities. You'll see just to the right, on the upper right quadrant, we've been offering 106,000 plus units of credit for prior learning so far to these 26,000 students. Now, these are units for which they are approved by faculty at each of our participating colleges, each of the 116 colleges that have formally articulated course credit to an industry certification or military training. That makes them eligible for these units. Not all students should get all the CPL they're eligible for. It needs to be degree applicable. It needs to be transferable. We don't want to auto-award anyone CPL that they cannot use and could harm their financial aid. But you'll see in the lower left-hand quadrant, we've transcribed 63,000 units for those 26,000 students. And again, that is not the total number of units we've transcribed. That's the total number we can document now in our system. Again, our goal is to create CPL infrastructure to make every transaction transparent and open to the public. And you can see the savings that we've garnered so far, savings, and POF is preservation of funds. We sort of coined that term to show that we can quantify how many funds are preserved for later use toward a higher degree, or how much savings is involved. It's $73 million. The 20-year impact, according to Beacon Economics, is calculated at $450+ million. That's increased wages and opportunities that come from degree attainment. Next slide, please. And I'm going to blast through these next slides because I got a lot to cover for you in a very short time. But this is just a quick story of a veteran a veteran peace officer, a military veteran, and a peace officer at Modesto Junior College, who came to talk with Tina Giron. She's the new CPL coordinator. She's a counselor, fabulous counselor at MJC, about getting credit for his post-academy completion. They at first thought that they would give 12 units of credit, but then Lisa's been participating in our statewide CPL work group, and she found out about the statewide credit recommendations that our multi-college faculty work groups have created. And once she found out about that and showed that documentation to the faculty member at the college, the faculty member approved those statewide credit recommendations, and he was awarded 48 units for his amazing training, in-depth training in both the military and police officer standards and training academy. So he had already earned 9 units, so he is set to graduate in 1 semester from MJC. And Tina tearfully told this story a couple weeks ago at our meeting where she was on the phone with this veteran and his wife. And when his wife heard the news about these units, she broke down crying because, you know, unbeknownst to us, that would result in an immediate 12% increase in pay and change that family's immediate circumstances and open new doors of opportunity for promotion and further degrees. Next slide, please. So far, here's a little glimpse of our statewide faculty work groups. We've completed 8 of the 40 priority disciplines. We are completing 40 by 2030, so we're well on track to complete that. We've, the faculty, I should say we, I haven't done any of these. The faculty at each of our colleges have worked together in amazing ways and have so far analyzed 110 industry certifications and created 270 of our goal of 1,000. We will blast through that goal, I think, way ahead of time. To create 1,000 statewide credit recommendations. So a credit recommendation, for instance, in public safety is that post-certification that's resulted in 30 units of credit. That's in 10 different courses. So that'd be 10 different credit recommendations for a police officer. And you can see we've completed skilled trades, welding and auto, and we have a slew more to do, starting on construction next. Information tech with cyber and IT, emergency, medical, real estate, legal studies, foreign languages. So that's the starting lineup of the industry certifications that our great faculty work groups have completed. Next slide, please. We're really excited about this partnership with ASCCC to actually hand the baton to them to carry on this work of convening multi-college faculty work groups to create statewide credit recommendations. It's our strategy. Each of these statewide credit recommendations need to be adopted at each of our colleges in order to preserve the academic rigor and appropriateness of those articulations at our colleges. So we really lean on our faculty to lead the way on this, and I think it's paying off. With our new contract with ASCCC, they're in the midst of appointing CPL liaisons at each of our college campuses. These are faculty who will be that touch point for any questions concerning CPL, and they're often academic questions. They're going to help support the adoption of our statewide credit recommendations. They've gone through all this work of analyzing 8 disciplines, but now they need to be adopted at each of the colleges, so they'll carry that. They'll also work on a validating process for credit recommendations. This is super fun to talk about. We're working on AI-assisted Common Course crosswalk for the top 1,000 courses in the community college system. This means if you have a real estate course, real estate principles course at one college, it'll have a common course number and title and descriptor throughout the system for CPL purposes only, not necessarily to replace anything like Common Course numbering or CID. And we'll also be validating skills and credentials, which will be ported to the Career Passport. Next slide, please. One of the key areas of improvement this year has been the MAP team's ability to provide CPL landing pages for each of the 116 colleges. Next slide. So here's a look at the web page where if you go to that link at the top right, you'll come to a collection of all 116 college CPL landing pages. So anytime a college goes to the work of creating an articulation, it will automatically populate on their landing page. So it's often a difficult thing for colleges to maintain this. So we've done it in an automatic, systematic fashion. You can see San Francisco Community College District has 2,242 articulations. They're killing it, and they're serving 2,218 military and 24 non-military. If you click the Open CPL page, it'll take you right to their page. If you go next slide, please. And here's an example of Cabrillo College's page right here. So Cabrillo College is doing bang up work, both in non-credit CPL and credit CPL. And so that's just an example of a college landing page. This is provided for each. You can see there's a person on the other end of the line as a veterans rep counselor. There's a school certifying official. There's a CPL counselor. There's people's names for students to contact. Student can upload all their documentation and submit it directly with request CPL review directly to Cabrillo College. Next slide. So as mentioned, CPL visibility is our priority. We're also working on curated pages for CalBrite. CalBrite will be the first type of page where we're actually showing CalBrite students where they can get credit throughout the state for the coursework they're doing now. So the story they told of a gentleman who did 3 cybersecurity, IT, networking certificates, those are non-credit. But I believe we've already analyzed those for credit at certain of our colleges that offer it. So we're working on a specialized curated page for CalBrite. So CalBrite students, while they're in the program, can say, oh, my 3 certificates in IT certs, I can get credit at Cabrillo, Mount Sac, City College San Francisco, and the community college next door. And isn't that great? We're also working on that for Rising Scholars. If we can do it for CalBrite, we can do it for Rising Scholars. So if you're an incarcerated individual and you're doing a welding program or an HVAC program, and we've aligned it, which we've already done in welding, with NCCER certificates, you can see where you could go to college when you transition into a Rising Scholars program at your college. You can see what credit I could get. This would be phenomenal, providing hope and a clear pathway. We're working on this very soon with Futuro Health. We have a contract pending with EMS Corps. I would love to tell you a little bit more in just a second. Non-credit, not-for-credit adult ed, and also our agency and industry partners. Imagine you're a displaced worker and you go into the employment development department and you're looking for a job, and the first thing they ask you is, what kind of experience do you have? And they find out you have a certification, and they can see on their curated site at the EDD where you could go to college to get a certificate to skill up based on your experience. That would be cool. Next slide, please. We're also working on integrations. This is Miramar Program Pathways Mapper. We're so excited about this. This is the first generation where you can actually see an icon for credit for prior learning. So when Miramar approved their credit for prior learning, in this case it's automotive, they have a whole slew of ASE certifications that have been approved based on statewide credit recommendations. Now there's an icon. Hey, you get a credit for prior learning for Auto 161J. And when you click it, it goes to the detailed information down below. That's phase 1, and we're working on phase 2 to make it even jazzier. Next slide, please. Very excited about this too, California Virtual Campus. Now, if you're in California Virtual Campus and you bring up a course and you type in fire in this case, because you're a fire tech or you're a firefighter, you can see right now that you can get credit at this college. In this case, it's Lake Tahoe. This is a mock-up, please. This is not in production, but we're working on this, and it very soon will be in production. Imagine how you could complete your program using CVC, and especially if you could cut to the chase, and next slide, please, and see the credit for prior learning. In this case, this is the details of on the mock-up of your credit for prior learning in the CVC. This has amazing potential that we don't have time to discuss today, but I'd love to. Next slide. We're working on sprints and projects. First is Veteran Sprint, November 11th, Veterans Day. We're looking at encouraging our colleges to collect all 30,000 plus, 32, 34,000 veterans only, who are enrolled in our community college system with their joint services transcripts, so that we can make sure by Veterans Day, November 11th, that we've done our best in the community college system to get them the credit they deserve. This will be the first time in California history that such an endeavor has been undertaken, and we are really working daily to get success with this. We're also working on an apprenticeship sprint. Thank you so much to Ginny May, visiting executive at the Chancellor's office, for her leadership on this. She really opened the door for us to begin to make progress on a veteran sprint, which is looks to provide journey workers credit for prior learning, regardless of how they earned their journeyman certificate. And you know, we have tens of thousands of journey workers in the state, all of whom, if you're a journey worker, could qualify for 30 plus units toward an associate's degree. And you know, when your back's getting a little sore, you might want to go into that project management program. We're also working with Credential Engine, WestEd, Futuro Health, EMS Corps. Next slide, please. This is a Credential Engines project that we're working with them. They have a coding system that we're working to implement so that when we create CPL anywhere in the state, it can be viewable and obtainable, consumable anywhere in the world. So we'll start to see students from around the world be able to obtain our California CPL through this project. Next slide. We're also working with WestEd on gearing up to make sure our CPL is in good shape to support the career passport with validated skills and with real-world examples. We're working in the far north through this project to embed essential skills with students' programs and give them certificates and credit for prior learning as well. Next slide. Very excited about working with Futuro Health and that program to develop CPL for behavioral health programs that they provide, and provide pathways to both associate's and baccalaureate degrees in the system. Next slide. EMS Corps is another project we're working on. This is a great program that started out of Alameda Department of Health and has now expanded to 13 colleges throughout the state. And this takes youth 18 to 24-year-old cohorts and provides them training, wraparound service for EMT programs. And those were all done non-credit. They have 500 and plus graduates that we're working to give them CPL for. Moreno Valley College is really taking the lead on this, and the CPL that they give blends up into their baccalaureate program, their local baccalaureate program. Next slide. I'm almost done. We have professional development that we provide to the colleges. Weekly, we meet with 5 to 20 colleges per week. This last week, the team met with over 20 colleges in a mad dash to provide training and technical support. We have an annual summit on October 31st, so 9 to noon. Please come to that. It's all virtual. Next slide. We also help folks with, next slide, please, resources and partnerships. We're working on providing local funding, and you'll see in the legislative request for next year is an additional $30 million, I believe, to provide local implementation funding to our colleges and a host of other supports. We are partnering with Launch for apprentices, Guided Pathway, Regional Coordinators, Strong Workforce Consortia, and IEPI for technical support. Next slide. And we just want you to know where the CPL funding is going. It supports a MAP team to provide college and student supports. It supports CPL technology and infrastructure at no cost to the colleges, so the CPL is not hindered by funding. And it also supports the sprints and projects. It also supports the AI and systems development and integrations and professional and technical training. Next slide. Lastly, I'll just end with another story. This is Rocio Garcia. Rocio started in adult school, actually around the area of West LA College. She just started to try to get a fresh start in life. She ended up taking some courses at the adult school, which actually blended well into the West LA dental hygiene hygienist certification program, which she completed, and she received 16 units of credit later for her registered dental hygienist certification when West LA began offering that. And that opened up an incredible door for her. Whereas she was working as a dental hygienist, now she could teach because she met minimum quals because of the CPL, the 16 units of CPL. So now she's full-time tenured faculty at West LA College, and she's working on her master's in ed. So it's all made possible through CPL. And we just love to see these types of stories and want to see thousands and thousands more. Next slide. Thank you. That's all. Appreciate your time.
All right. Any board comments? Member Haynes.
So thank you so much for the presentation. I'm always enamored of the stories. Because there's a human voice, a human person behind that, which makes it very, very real. And so my comments are absolutely supportive of this work. I really believe in this work in particular. Anything that can actually help to transform a student's life and their families is a success story. So I see CPL as that, of really recognizing and honoring the work that so many Californians are out there doing, but when they have come to the educational institutions, it hasn't been recognized.
Yeah.
And so that the community colleges in particular is actually doing this work is so extremely important. So this goes to my question. 2030 is really, for the educational system, really around the corner.
Yeah.
For the Californians who are out in the trenches really trying to make ends meet, it can be a lifetime. And so, and your presentation really spoke to just how critically important, but how complex it is.
Mm-hmm.
So first question is, 2030 realistic? Because it's 4.3 years away to get it all done. And so
I'm
don't
getting
look
nervous.
at the chancellor. Don't look at the chancellor. Don't look at the chancellor. Look at me. Is this possible?
I truly believe it is possible, and here's why. We are taking a grassroots, this came out of the grassroots, came out of one district trying to solve an equity issue with the veterans. And I believe now that we have the faculty support really in a formal way, once we mobilize the faculty and work with the colleges to develop the local capacity to process, the tools will make it fairly easy. One of the things we're excited about rolling out is what we call Quick Adopt. So we offer all of these credit for prior learning opportunities on our dashboard, but we want to have one button so that any faculty member or staff member at a college could say, adopt that one, adopt it at my college. So make it that easy. So if our strategy is successful in continually making it easier and easier for everyone to adopt each other's decisions, I think yes. And we haven't opened the floodgates yet for students. We haven't advertised this through ICANN. We're talking about the ICANN campaign to make this visible to our student population. We've been holding off on that because we want the colleges, the colleges don't yet have the capacity to answer the phone. And we want them to have that. And so that's why we're scrambling to meet with 5 to 20 to 30 colleges a week to work with them to help them build that capacity. So I do truly believe it is possible.
So thank you for that answer. The California Community Colleges is 116 colleges, 73 districts, and it's a confederation. It is not a democracy, it is a confederation, which means that there's a certain amount of independence that is taken as a result of 73 boards of trustees and 73 entities. And so I really appreciate the term adopt. The reality is that everybody needs to adopt.
Yeah.
And so that has to be woven into how it is designed and how one is bringing in those adopters relative to that. And so I'm not sure what that strategy looks like, but it can't be at the end of the process.
Right.
It absolutely needs to be threaded through from, and I know we're on this train already, but it really needs to be threaded through the academic senates. I'm talking local academic senates, in a way that they can kind of get used to this piece and really buy into why it's so critically important.
So important. This Friday, I'll be in Riverside at a workshop with the Inland Empire Desert Regional Consortium members who are coming together to learn how to adopt. So we are working with the Strong Workforce Consortia. We work with LARC and Orange County and IEDRC and the Northern Consortia to train them on how to adopt all these trade certifications we've already worked on and done. Hey guys, the work is done. Let's go. And so that is our strategy. And we haven't unleashed the students on it as well.
Thank you. I was getting ready to say, the students are more powerful than many of us in this room.
And yes, that's right.
Let them tell their stories.
Yes.
Let them have talk about their families and how it's transformed.
Yes.
There's nothing more powerful.
It's like release the Kraken. We haven't done that yet because we want to give.
I know.
You know. Yeah.
So I'll jump in just for one quick second on that. One, Carrie Roberson, who's working with us at a statewide level and appointed by the ASCCC, has been an incredible champion for not just supporting the MAP work, but we also have some other structures in place or projects in place. One with College Futures that's behind with our foundation working on the intersection of AI capability, also helping us ramp up this process as well. And so those kind of connections and the way that the Academic Senate has been supporting this at a statewide level is also bringing in local groups of faculty leaders as well to understand the process. And I would be remiss as well if I didn't say there was a number of us at the Chancellor's office who have supported this project, I think, as it's gone through iterations. Gina Brown, Aaron Larson, Billy Wagner. I think we've also forged a lot of partnerships across the state as well to try to encourage that adoption and set really good, clear pathways for colleges.
Yeah, the Guided Pathways regional coordinators now have on their job description CPL. So that's cool. That means that's part of their success.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Corral.
Well, thank you. I really appreciated this discourse because my question was really around the outreach, like what are you doing or when is it starting? And really, it sounds like you're trying to time it with adoption in some way. I'd love to hear more about that, but also at some point, or I'd love to understand at what point do you just start to do the outreach in some measured way so that it can, because you can't also be doing the adoption work without starting to like really, I would argue, unleash some of the students into that space while the others come along. So how are you thinking about that? And at what point do we really start doing the kind of outreach we need in order to reach the ambitious goals that you have? Because 2030 is just around the corner.
I think we're getting close. We're right now relying on our local colleges to do their own outreach. For instance, San Bernardino, they got a deal with a billboard company and put up 15 billboards. If you're a vet, we've got your credit. Come on over. So we're looking at the local colleges to set the stage for that. But we have fire chiefs from the Fire Chiefs Association in California calling us saying, hey, you've got this credit we want all the fire programs because we need to hire more chiefs and they can't qualify unless they have an associate's or baccalaureate. And so, you know, you can put them over the line with this. So let's get with it. Then the same with law enforcement. So we are listening to that and trying to work with our colleges and gauge when we turn on that faucet. to do that outreach. I can just see so many opportunities for statewide ICANN campaigns targeted at industry sectors and certifications that would open up incredible opportunities, make that 250,000 seem pretty tame if we open it up. There's 6.8 million working adults, who don't have a college credential. So it would get us well toward our 3 million mark.
Member Villavicencio, and then Member Brown.
No, I really am appreciative of this presentation, because I've been talking about career for prior learning since I've been on the board, and as a champion of our system, talking to individuals not part of our system that we're doing this, their eyes brighten up and say, this is going to be transformative. And obviously I validate that. It will. And so I'm grateful for the update, because I really didn't know where that process is. So I really appreciate the wonderful partnerships you're talking about, because given my time on the board and through our good chancellor's leadership, there's so many initiatives that we're moving forward. And for us not to work in silos, which has always been, institutionally been the case, but you can't lift up, credit for prior learning without talking about all of the other initiatives that are moving in the same direction. And so I'm really appreciative of that for, non-credit, for rising scholars, for, all of these programs that we have cannot work, again, alone. That makes obviously sense. So I'm grateful for, again, the partnership, especially with being the faculty representative here with ASCCC, and seeing obviously the buy-in with our faculty. It's going to need not just faculty, but really everyone, right, to move this forward. I was really curious when you said that this will be also available, quote unquote, around the world.
Yes.
As you know, I've been a proponent of international global education, sort of elevating that aspect. I'm wondering what you foresee that could look like in that niche, in that space. Obviously politically with international students or whatnot, but what, again, in your mind, what does that future look like as we expand our outreach, not just obviously within our students, but those internationally and abroad? Thank you.
Yeah, if I address just the international aspect, if you look at the law that was just passed in support of the Career Passport and CPL, it includes international transcripts as credit for prior learning. And I was just talking to Dee, who has a baccalaureate, who's a student here in NOCE, and she has a baccalaureate in Punjab, India, as a dentist. But here it's not recognized, and she doesn't have a pathway forward. And so we were just chatting about, we were conspiring with other folks in the room, what could we do to work on this? And so it is on our roadmap it's hugely complex, but it's a huge opportunity. Would love to see, if we can do it for a welder, we can do it for an international baccalaureate holder.
I'm excited you mentioned that, because that is a game changer, especially with our immigrants who come here who have, again, degrees from their home country. And obviously there's a lot of, as you said, complexity here with licensure barriers and whatnot. But if there's ways that we can, through credit for prior learning, erode the opportunities to harness, again, the skills that our students already have, will change our system, will change the trajectory of California. So I'm all for this. That gave me goosebumps. Again, continuing up with the great work that we're seeing, and I can't wait to see this scaled up throughout the state of California. Thank you.
Member Brown.
So I actually have a question about the California Virtual Campus plans. So I've been playing with it since you all flashed it on the screen. And I see the keyword search is working pretty great, but I see there's a plan for a gen ed requirements button there. Is it going to get more specific than it's showing right now? Because right now I can just see I get C, but it doesn't say what specific I get C area, which would be really essential information for our transfer bound students. I'm wondering what and my second question. When I did open up one of the classes, it said something about set your college so that you can see more transfer information. I'm wondering if we could also link to assist.org from here for students to become familiar with that website as well. I'm wondering on the back end, because of how I know Assist is currently working, it's a PDF file and not like data that's easily merged from one place to another. So I'm wondering what the sort of behind the scenes plans are for that little button that looks really exciting and enticing.
I won't dare speak to that, but
It sounds like as well, I was going to turn to the back of the room
Yeah,
to know
where's
more
Joy?
about where we were technology-wise, but what I would say is those are both really good things to explore maybe in the future when we talk more about what's happening with the California Virtual Campus. I'm not as, do you want, oh, here comes, I was going to try to sing. Jory.
Help is on the way.
Very good.
I am so glad you asked that question. I'll kind of take them in reverse order. So CVC does currently have Assist integrated. So it's there. It actually integrates through an API currently. It's one of the only other systems that's been able to do that. So when a student enters lists their home college, then they can see equivalency of courses at the teaching colleges through that Assist data. So it's there. And then the first question was about the different area requirements, I believe. Yeah. So the team is currently working on integrating the CalGETC requirements as well as building out additional functionality for all those feature areas. So we're really excited and super, just my plug for Sam and the CPL work, the team is super excited as well to be able to integrate the credit for prior learning functionality on top of things like zero cost textbooks and some other filters for students.
All right, any other questions? I've got one for you. Kind of kindling member Villalobos. Talked about the veterans earlier. That really is right around the corner if you're looking at November 11th. And I think I heard a couple comments from you. One is that the veterans population within the system, I think you said was around 34,000 is what we can account for. Seems like an undercount, but if we took it at that, we're really looking at doing intensive outreach to those 34,000 students. What's the plan as far as getting from where we're at the 12,000 to the 30,000 goal that you have?
We have been working with colleges, each college, to find out where they're at in the process of collecting joint services transcripts and then their ability to upload them. The technology is there. It's very quick to do, but not all colleges are really equipped to collect those JSTs and to do that. And so that takes a one-off approach for each of the colleges. It's also a communication issue with the colleges to make sure we can find the right person at the college whose job it is to do this and to communicate the importance and train them on how to work with that. So right now, the tools are in place. If you're a college and you have 300 veterans, you could collect and upload their JSTs within the same day, within a matter of minutes, actually. So the process is not laborious. It's the procedure that can be difficult to navigate at each local college. So we're doing it one by one. We're also communicating with the college CEOs about this as well.
Good.
About the importance of this.
It's such an important population. It's the low-hanging fruit, really.
Yeah.
Just the fact that we're not quite there yet kind of caught my attention.
We're partnering recently with CalVet much more closely. Right. So the CalVet leadership is working with us. We have a regular call with the governor's office, the CalVet leadership and chancellor's office to strategize on how we can all work together to meet this goal. It's a great opportunity to be able to say California, the first state in the union to do such a monumental, systematic strategy for our veterans.
Great. Let's hope we get there.
Yeah.
Keep working at it. Any other board comments? All right. Seeing none, then we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. Vice President Rawlings, we have no in-person or virtual remarks on this item.
All right. Then with that, we're going to jump back up to 5.1, which is proposed regulatory action, academic renewal, and probation and dismissal. With that, we have Vice Chancellor Shears, and I have a little bit of a script to read here. Item 5.1 is a first reading and public hearing for proposed amendments to Title V of the California Code of Regulations related to academic renewal, probation, and dismissal. Vice Chancellor Shears.
Yes, hello. I'll help you make up some time. Shouldn't take too long. So this is our first read for changes to academic renewal, probation, and dismissal. And basically, the work was to standardize, and you can go to the next slide, sorry. Academic standing, renewal processes across the California Community College system, ensuring supportive opportunities for academic improvement and advancement by replacing punitive terminology with supportive, growth-oriented language, providing clearer, more flexible pathways for academic recovery. The revisions promote persistence, reduce stigma, and align with system-wide goals for student success. Next slide. So there was an academic probation task force that came together last spring. There were 17 representatives from stakeholder groups that are listed here, essentially the Chancellor's Office, Academic Senate, the Student Senate, as well as CACRO, the Financial Aid Association, the CIO Association, CSSO Association, and all of those representatives are listed here. And they met on these dates in the spring to discuss this. And they proposed changes to the regulations. Next slide, please. That would change the terms from probation to notice in sections 55031 and 55032, removing probation and changing it to academic or progress notice. In section 55033, changing standards for dismissal to academic or progress pause. In sections 55034, notification of probation, changing that to academic or progress notice and pause. And then also in section 55046, academic renewal without course repetition, removing the unit cap on academic renewal petitions, which requires incorporation of renewal during the graduation process under explicit eligibility criteria in subsections A, B, and C. And I'll wait until Andrea gets back over there for next. You're not, okay, next slide. Oh, wow.
She does magic. Right?
Amazing. That's great. Okay. So this is a more visual kind of visual of what those changes are. So we're moving from probation to notice, from dismissal to pause, reinstatement to restart. And then increasing opportunity for good standing for students. So notice may be extended one more term based on recent term performance, and then standardize academic renewal. Multiple petitions are allowed without a unit cap. Okay, and then next slide. And so once the task force had those recommendations, we had to make sure that we wouldn't mess us up in other areas of Title V. So I did a search for those terms in Title V and found that these are the areas where probation and dismissal exist in Title V, and worked with our Office of General Counsel to see if this would be really disruptive in our system to make these changes. And and working with Fermin, you know, he assured me, no, we can make these changes. And so these are the other areas that will need to be updated once we take into account these recommendations if the board votes to accept them. So since the August 2025 Consultation Council, the Chancellor's Office has updated the proposed regulation text to include the following conforming amendments to Title V areas with the terms probation and dismissal. And some of these areas aren't even relevant anymore, like student success and support programs. Next slide. So after we did that, we also wanted to make sure there wouldn't be any negative impact on students transferring to the CSU or UC system. So we met with representatives from the UC system to see if there'd be any impact for students. They said there would be no negative impact for students. And we asked them if they had considered making changes like this, and they said that they changed their naming convention a couple years prior through their academic senate, and that was system-wide for the UC. And then for CSU, they also said no negative impact, and that 19 out of their 22 campuses had changed the naming convention, but they didn't do it system-wide. They actually did it campus by campus. In some cases, it's opposite. So there's pause and notice, and it could be the opposite intent somehow. And then this aligns with our Vision 2030 under equity in success, so that we can help ensure academic and career success of all Californians who are current and prospective California community college students, broaden opportunities for Californians to participate in higher education by starting or continuing their higher education at a California community college. And I think that's all I have. Oh, and then our timeline, yes. So we brought this to Consultation Council in August, and there was positive response. Folks were supportive of it. And then this is our first read here at Board of Governors, and it's also currently out for public comment.
The public hearing on item 5.1, the proposed amendments to the California Code of Regulations, Title V, concerning academic renewal, probation, and dismissal is now open. The purpose of the hearing is for the Board of Governors to receive comments and testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed regulatory action. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public.
The public comment period in item 5.1 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Anaheim.
All right, we'll start with Steve Batista, followed by Renee Lozano, and third will be Omar Zawala.
Good afternoon, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. My name is Dr. Steve Batista, and I serve as a counselor in the California Community Colleges and a member of the FACT Counselor Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in strong support of the proposed revisions to Title V, especially the changes to Section 55046 on academic renewal. Every day, counselors meet students who are brilliant, determined, and deeply capable, but who carry the weight of academic missteps often made under circumstances beyond their control. Housing insecurity, family crises, mental health challenges, and the sheer challenge of being a first-generation college student. These students are not failures, they are survivors. Yet our current patchwork to academic renewal often tells them otherwise. Whether they get a second chance can depend not on their effort, their growth, or future potential, but on which college they happen to enroll in when life was hardest. That is inequitable. Standardizing academic renewal is not about lowering standards. It is about raising our commitment to the students who have demonstrated resilience and proven that they are ready to succeed. This policy does not erase the past. It simply allows their GPA to reflect who they are now and not who they were in a moment of struggle. Years ago, I met a student by the name of Linda. She returned to college after an unwanted divorce, unsure she belonged. She had taken classes on and off since 1975, and her transcripts were filled with random courses and
seconds.
failing grades from decades earlier. Through academic renewal, we pieced together an associate's degree, cleared away the Fs that no longer reflected who she was, and created a plan to transfer. Linda is now a special education teacher in Compton, transforming the lives of students like she once did, who carry heavy burdens and deep doubts. She later wrote to me, "My graduation from SAC was one of the best days of my life. It was the moment I knew I mattered." That is the power of academic renewal. I urge your support for these revisions so more students like Linda can move forward with hope and possibility. Thank you.
Renee Lozano?
Good afternoon, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. My name is Dr. Rene Lozano. I am a Transfer Center Coordinator at El Camino College. I am also the chair of the counseling committee within FAC and one of the task force members on item 5.1. I've been engaged in transfer work for over 30 years, so I've seen the changes that have occurred for our students. And in light of restricted transfer access with things like impaction and local area policies that have left thousands of our students out of their dream campuses and majors, and in the absence of a comprehensive review, particularly within the CSU system, where most of our students transfer to, it's restricting access to students sharing their lived experiences. And to me, that is a detrimental absence of equity in the admissions process. A great example of that would be in our labs when we're helping students every day, we see that students bother to repeat the course that they failed, as you know, while navigating family responsibilities, while navigating work, while attending multiple CCs because of the fact that they can't stay in one oftentimes, especially in the world that they live in now and in the uncertainty that they're living in now. I've seen firsthand in those computer labs where we're helping them alleviate their GPA so that we can make them eligible, how these policies, if we make them more student-friendly and
30
transfer-friendly, I've literally seen how they've navigated from becoming non-eligible to competitive applicants with a submission of forms. And if we standardize this academic renewal policy so that it's fair for everyone, no matter what college they attend, because that shouldn't matter, then I cannot think of a better example of transfer social justice issue to work on, which is why our committee has worked really hard on this, and we are seeking you as partners to make sure that this gets done. Thank you very much.
Omar.
Academic renewal is great. Improving the language is good, but there shouldn't be punishment for students objecting to corporate surveillance. I returned really excited to study, using all the resources, tutoring. I either helped other students and showed them how to use artificial intelligence, how to run it locally, how to run it free without surveillance. I got straight A's until I objected to corporate surveillance. Like we are forced to in classes. I had teachers tell me I have a choice. You either submit all your information to these corporations or I fail you. And this happened to me multiple times. And not one student in the California community colleges knows where their data is going. There needs to be responsibility in this instead of punishing students for objecting to this. I was going to be put on probation, and I just left the school system because I was about to be put on probation. And there's no way, like, what can I even do? Like, I can't go back because everything is through Canvas, which literally violated my rights under the California Consumer Protection Act. They did not make my data visible. It's been over a year since my first request that they haven't responded. They're supposed to have 40 days, but I get punished instead. Can we please produce by next time like a student that has some idea where their data is going? And yeah, I would love to participate in academic renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. I will hand it over to Gary for virtual comments.
We have one hand raised. Max Wolf Johnson, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. I'm Max Wolf Johnson with California Competes, Higher Education for a Strong Economy. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the importance of reforming academic standing policies to better support student success across the California community college system. Students facing academic challenges require comprehensive support and need access to evidence-based practices, including terminology that removes stigma and promotes resilience, strengths-based notification letters that encourage help seeking, workshops that teach academic skills and connect students to resources, systematic support structures that address diverse student needs, and policies that facilitate re-enrollment for students who have stopped out. Today, we thank the California Community Colleges for considering this important terminology reform from academic probation to academic notice, and from academic dismissal to academic pause. Through California Attain, a research practice policy partnership with Shasta College and Sacramento State, we conducted research on comebacker students that revealed how current academic probation policies posed significant barriers to students' success and degree completion. These proposed changes you are hearing today align with evidence-based practices that frame academic challenges as temporary setbacks rather than failures. We urge the board to approve this proposal and encourage colleges to see this change as a first step to embracing comprehensive academic standing reforms that put student
30
success
seconds.
first, ensuring equitable support for all students across the system. Thank you.
This
All right.
concludes
There are no
public
other hands
comment.
raised.
This concludes public comment.
All right, there are no other public comments. This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Are there any board comments? And just for a note, this was the first reading only, so we'll have another bite at the apple later on. Okay. So we have Member Adu, and then do we have Member Haynes? All right, start there.
This isn't particularly pertaining to the board item, more so a public comment that was given. I wanted to ask for reclarification on the last person to speak in person, their name.
Omar Zavala?
Black Mask?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I could ask for their name.
Yeah, Omar Zavala.
Omar? Omar?
Uh-huh.
Last name?
Zavala.
Thank you.
Well, that's it. All right, Member Haynes.
So I know I'm talking a lot, but I'm talking a lot.
Sharing wisdom.
Oh, okay, thank you for that positive reinforcement. So I am absolutely thrilled that we are changing the name from academic probation to academic renewal. A few years ago, I was serving on the Los Rios board, and I asked for that information. And it was very difficult because probation has so many, has one singular meaning, especially in the African American community of which I grew up. It meant it was criminal. That was all. When you use that, you did something wrong, and there was a price to pay. And so I am delighted. What we're working toward is to say, and it's actually proven data that even in the most likeliest of folks who come to our colleges, there is some brilliance. And part of it is to help them find what that brilliance is. And this is a move in sort of the right direction. That, yeah, you might have to be on notice, but it's on notice. And there's this pathway that you can keep improving. We're not gonna penalize you in the same way as in the past. And so for me, this is a social justice issue. It's important that our community colleges have embraced this. We continue to say that we are the largest system in the country with 2.1 million students, and we want that to grow. It's important that we continue in our practices to make folks feel welcomed and that they belong, and that the goal really is to help them get where they need to go. And somebody will please write this down because it's not part of, it really isn't part of this, but we also have a regulation that says that you max out if you take a course 3 times, you max out. And that was several years ago. And at that, and I don't know that I was on the board, but I was on somebody's board where I understood and knew what that meant. To be really honest, I didn't know the implications. I was not so wedded to understanding. 3 seemed like a kind of a big number, but it isn't a big number. Right. Life gets in the way. Life experiences happen, and people they do change. And we need to be able, in our systems, as complex as they are, to recognize that everyone really deserves even a 4th chance or a 5th chance, especially if they are really trying for that 4th and that 5th chance. And so I am very supportive of this document. I want to recognize the faculty that came together to do this. And I also understand that the CSU and the UCs beat us to the punch, but I'm really glad we're on that wagon. Thank you.
Great. Member LeGrand?
So I just want to say words matter and language does matter. And so I was really pleased to see the changes of dismissal and probation being moved. I thought we'd be leading the path, not following UC. So I'm a little bit saddened by that, but I guess better late than never. So again, kudos for the group that worked on this. I really do think that getting rid of some of the stigma and the trauma and the triggers that some of the languages that we have used academically have brought to some of our communities. So appreciative of the work there and look forward to approving that later on this year.
Member Blaze?
I want to once again echo everything that was said by the board members, and then especially I wanted to share that this issue is pretty close to me because my brother has been through academic probation and kind of seeing how things change throughout his life, and then as he gave college another shot, I think that we are right in the sense of we need to change the culture around this, and I really want to emphasize what Member Haynes already said in the sense of like things genuinely do change, and if people are trying, then I think we need to give them a shot, and I think that's what kind of embodies our California community system, college system as a whole, a second shot, right? So yeah, I'm really glad that this progress is happening now, and I think it's incredible.
Member Adu?
This just came to my head, so if it's not formatted well, excuse that. But this, for me, really highlights this idea that we're meeting people where they're at. And very typically, people will say, well, students have to do this many units in this many semesters, and they should have to learn how to fit that. And I really disagree with that idea because the majority of our students are not traditional. And this is one of those instances in which we're changing our rules. We're changing our preconceived notions of what an education should be, specifically to fit our non-traditional students and all that life throws at them. And I just really wanted to highlight that because I really enjoy that fact, that sort of underlying aspect of it.
Any other board comments? Member Perry?
I just want to thank Member Blaze for really bringing it home for all of us. That was perfect. Thank you. That's why we have you here, and thank you for that perspective. And everyone said it a million times, but it's what I always say. All of our students are one adverse experience away from having to reroute, replan, rechannel, and I like that words matter, as Member LeGrand said, and I like that the words now recognize that that journey is tumultuous and bumpy, and we should never use language that's punitive to describe it.
All right. With that, Member Brown, go ahead.
So just to give folks an idea of the inequity, I was working with a student once who had moved. They started out rough at one community college, and then they moved and took a lot of units at a different community college. And when I went to look at the academic renewal policy of the originating college, they required not only that the student demonstrate that they were doing well, but it had to be done at their district. So it didn't matter that the student had 60 successful units with us, they weren't going to be able to fix what happened at the other institution. And that actually can put a barrier for a student even deciding to continue. So this is a huge deal in terms of equity. And I have a question. I attended a workshop at the fall plenary on this topic, and I was listening to a lot of different folks in the room giving ideas to some of the folks that are serving on the group that helped put this together, or to the group that helped put this together. And they mentioned something about the stark differences in how many units students are allowed to renew. Is that reflected in here? Because I'm poking all around and I'm trying to find it. I don't know if someone can answer that. So for example, maybe at one college, they will let you renew a maximum of 12, and in another college in the state lets you renew a maximum of 36. Has that been addressed?
Well, Vice Chancellor Shears, come back up.
I think it's in the slides, and if not, it's definitely in my materials that I submitted for the item. So I can check it and then get back to you if that's okay. Is it in the slides? No unit cap. No unit cap.
Okay, so the recommendation wasn't just for there to not be a cap, but there to be a minimum statewide. So I wanted to surface that.
Okay.
No cap is great, but what if some people, oh, so wait, no caps are allowed, period? Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. Now I understand. Thank you. Thank you, because that was a big item. Thank you very much. That's really helpful. That's amazing, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, fairly comprehensive changes, which is great. All right. Any other board comments on that? All right. Seeing none, that was our first reading, so we'll have another bite at this in a couple months. That brings us up to item 6.3, AI Educational Series, AI Tutoring and Accessibility with visiting Executive Hayward, and I see Don Dave Rougeau coming up instead. There we go.
That's right.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, good afternoon, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, members of the board. I am Don Dave Rougeau, a senior advisor to the Chancellor, filling in for visiting Executive Craig Hayward. I'm thrilled to introduce the latest set of guest speakers and thought partners in our ongoing educational series on generative AI. We have a truly exciting session planned for you today, exemplifying the depths of talent we have across our system and the power and impact of statewide strategic partnerships. Partnerships which ensure equitable access to the most important technologies and innovations for all 116 colleges and their learners across the system. First, we would like to welcome Ellie Constantine, Director of Distance Education at Cypress College and Special AI Advisor for Accessibility at the California Community College's Digital Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Equity. Ellie will share how generative AI is poised to revolutionize accessibility for students, faculty, and staff across the California community colleges. From real-time translation to adaptive content and automated captioning, we will explore how generative AI is contributing to the creation of inclusive and equitable learning environments for all students. Following Ellie's presentation, we'll delve into Nectar AI. We'll learn about how this tool is empowering classrooms and embedding customizable AI. Leading the discussion will be Kavita Guy, CEO of Nectar AI, and Luis Guerrero, Faculty Professional Development Coordinator and Professor of Mathematics at Whittier Palomar College. Kavita will provide an overview of the Nectar AI platform and share updates on the success of last year's initial pilot and the plans for this year's expanded pilot. Professor Guerrero will share his insights as an instructor and his observations of the impact of Nectar AI on his classes and student learning. We'll provide Q&A and discussion immediately following each session. So starting us off, I'll pass the mic to Special AI Advisor Ellie Constantine.
Thank you, Don. Do you have my slides?
Is there a slide?
Yep.
Just say next.
Next slide.
There we go.
All right. So today I want to kind of cover quickly how we can transform our learning environments from a reactive learning environment to a learning environment that's inclusive from the inception, from the beginning, in the design. And I'm going to show you kind of briefly how AI can help us do that. Next slide. So AI offers unprecedented opportunities to create learning environments that are accessible from the start, from the inception. So before our students come to us, before they disclose their disabilities, our environments are set up to be welcoming and not be a barrier in their way. It can automatically generate alt text for images, ensure WCAG compliance, HTML coding, provide real-time captioning, support students' linguistic and cognitive needs wherever they're at, meet them where they're at. It can provide translation, summarization, reading comprehension aids. It helps with executive functioning and supporting students with neurodiversity by intelligent task organization, task initiation, adaptive scheduling systems, goal setting, and progress monitoring for metacognition, to support metacognition in our students. AI isn't just about ADA compliance, it's about student empowering. Students can access a 24/7, oh sorry, next slide. I have to get used to that. Students can access a 24/7 AI tutor that will adapt explanations in the format that works for them, where they're at, and will adapt to their unique learning profile. Advanced immersive reading tools make complex text more approachable, more usable, more perceivable. These students not only benefit by all these tools, but it benefits students with disabilities, but also all students will benefit from this. So the work that we're doing now is actually going to benefit all students and really create an environment that anticipates variability. When we design with equity in mind, everyone gains. AI can transform how faculty create and deliver inclusive education. Automated course audits flag accessibility barriers before the students even enter the classroom. AI curates or creates inclusive materials that reflect learning variability and anticipate variability. Smart rubric creations with growth mindset in mind reduce bias, and real-time adaptation provide instructors with insights to adjust teaching as needed when they emerge in real time quickly. With AI as a co-pilot, not a replacement, accessibility shifts from a perceivable burden to something that is a profound opportunity. AI also makes compliance seamless. So instead of chasing ADA updates, right, that are always, changing drastically, instead of, trying to adjust to the new WCAG requirements or Section 508, AI builds them automatically and continuously adapts as regulations evolve. This shifts us from retrofitting to leading, turning compliance from a burden into a culture of proactive accessibility. So the overall impact is profound. With AI, we can create flexible learning environments where all students can engage at their own pace in their own preferred format. We can create truly equitable learning spaces where barriers are anticipated from the start, not accommodated after the fact. We can create system-wide readiness where accessibility is woven into the very fabric of the California community colleges. So in short, AI enables us to design learning experiences that work for everyone from day one. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions from the board? All right. Hearing none, we can keep rolling. Yeah, no questions, so
Okay.
keep on rolling.
All right, great. Okay, at this point in time, we'll go ahead and invite Kavita and Professor Guerrero to this board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Kavita Guy, and I am the co-founder and CEO at Nectar. I actually took my very first community college when I was 6 years old at Ohlone College, and then went on to be a dual enrollment student at De Anza and Foothill when I was in high school in Fremont. And so to be sitting here today, sharing what we've built for the system that raised me is a huge honor. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm also joined by Professor Luis Guerrero from Palomar College, who has kindly agreed to represent the faculty voice in this important conversation about accessible AI adoption in the classroom and the ongoing Nectar AI pilot within the California Community College system. Next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. I first want to start with why I began building Nectar in 2018 while I was still a student at UC Santa Barbara. I'm a first-generation student, and on top of that, lucky me, I'm autistic and I also have ADHD. So no classroom that I have ever been in before in my life has felt comfortable for me or my brain to be in. And then I got to UCSB and I started paying $40,000 a year to be really uncomfortable. And that's finally when it became enough of a pain point for me that I said, either I'm going to drop out or I'm going to do something about it. And I'm very, very happy I chose the latter choice. 7 years later, I've now raised over $6 million in investment funding from leading education impact investors across the nation and brought together a team of former educators to build what we call the classroom of the future. The technology that we're building here today is meant to create a 24/7 support system for students to help them both in and out of the classroom. And it's what I and so many other students need to be able to meet us where we are and get us to the finish line on time and make sure that we leave college with not just a job, but a career path. At its core, Nectar AI is about scaling the benefits of one-on-one personalized tutoring. We know already that students with tutors consistently outperform students without them, but the challenge has always been, how do you give every single student that kind of support regardless of their socioeconomic background? The California community colleges now have the chance to answer that question for the nation and do it equitably and affordably for millions of our students. Next slide, please. So this all began last summer when we launched a small pilot with 50 faculty in the fall semester with Craig Hayward to study how AI assistants could support student success. And just to make this technology concrete for those who have not seen Nectar AI yet, it's like giving every student their own safe, personalized AI tutor. So faculty can simply sync their Canvas class page, and it'll upload their syllabus, their assignments, their lecture transcripts, all in a FERPA-compliant setting, so it's not sharing any of that data back with the model providers like OpenAI or Anthropic. And then the Nectar itself creates a private AI assistant that is trained only on that course or campus content. And so they can set the guardrails to make sure the assistant does exactly what they want and nothing more. Students can then ask questions 24/7 right inside of the LMS, and the AI guides them back to the instructor's own materials, so it's accurate, it's aligned, and it's under faculty control at all times. Faculty also get an analytics dashboard showing how students are using AI and where they're struggling, which creates an instant feedback loop for them. In other words, it's like having an AI office hours that never closes. So students can get help at 3 a.m. or between work shifts without adding anything to the faculty workload. And beyond coursework, the same assistants can actually be adapted to support things like financial aid, transfer credits, career pathways, helping students both inside and outside the classroom get to the finish line on time and building critical AI literacy skills along the way. When we kicked off this pilot in fall 2024, the demand from faculty was so strong that what started as a single semester pilot quickly expanded into a year-long program. By spring, we had grown from 50 to over 300 faculty across 83 California community colleges, serving more than 8,000 students. That faculty-led growth and statewide scale made this one of the largest AI deployments in higher education in the US. And it all started right here in the CCC system. Next slide, please. The most powerful part is that this growth, like I said, has been entirely faculty-driven. I remember when we first started this at UCSB and we asked them, why is it that every piece of technology we're given feels like it was built by someone who hasn't seen a classroom for the last decade? And they told us it's actually because of the struggle to get teachers to adopt new technologies. They have to choose it on their own. They are the gatekeepers of these technologies, and it has to integrate into their coursework and their workflows seamlessly. And so for us to see this entirely be faculty-driven is incredible. So over 2,000 CCC faculty and staff voluntarily signed up over the past year to learn about Nectar AI through our info sessions, our AI literacy training workshops, and our community of practice feedback sessions. And the momentum has not slowed. In just the last 7 days alone, since the Chancellor's Office email announcement went out about the expansion of the Nectar AI pilot, we've had 491 new CCC faculty sign up to create Nectar AI course assistants in their classes. This means we anticipate over 40,000 CCC students to have access to Nectar AI by the end of this semester alone. That shows the incredible demand from faculty and students to bring generative AI into classrooms safely and quickly. Next slide, please. California is now being looked at as the gold standard for AI adoption in the classroom across the nation. We have had state system leaders from New York, North Carolina, Indiana, and Texas reach out to us in the last few months wanting to follow the example that the California community colleges have set. If we move quickly at the system level, we ensure that no student, faculty, or campus gets left behind. Equitable access to safe, responsible AI is what's at stake, and California is leading the way for the entire nation. Next slide, please. And now that is a system-wide picture for you, but the most important voice is always going to be in the classroom itself. So Professor Guerrero has been using Nectar AI with his students at Palomar College over the past year in both his in-person and online classes, and his story will bring this back to life far better than I can. So Professor, do you want to introduce yourself, and then we can jump into some of the questions about your experience with adopting and integrating Nectar AI.
Thank you, everybody, for having me here. So I want to mention some of the aspects from the faculty perspective. This is going to be my third semester already integrating this technology in my classrooms, and so I teach math, and I teach from the Math for Liberal Arts, Math 100 level up to differential equations, the last math class that some students need to take at the community college level. So this technology can be embedded at any level of the classes that we offer. And I think that it has offered something unique by the fact that it was kind of like faculty focused through kind of like this ground level, bottoms up approach instead of kind of like mandating everything. I've heard horror stories a little bit about how the Cal State system rolled out and overnight, not that many faculty knew that the change was happening, and not everybody was prepared to give that powerful tool to their students without adapting first to pedagogy. I think that this, at least in my view, for us early adopters, faculty, the third semester having access to the tool and launching it to the students in a more pragmatic way, more intentional way, it's having more impact in the class versus having to kind of like reinvent the wheel a little bit. The other aspect that to me as a faculty member has caused kind of like that this is a good tool to implement statewide possibly is that monthly a faculty feedback session and pedagogy and praxis discussion is a little bit invaluable in the aspect that many of us have good ideas, but when we struggle with some implementation aspects or student apathy or just that it's such a new tool that many of our students are either maybe some of them might be not prepared to understand the power of the technology, not be replaced but be augmented by the technology so that they become the strong workforce of the future that we need. And so it's how to combine that information. And I think that many students need that tool and guidance, and I think that NECTIR allows the faculty to explore, experiment, but also have a resource to tap on. And so I'm glad that as a system-wise, you're all thinking about AI literacy as a whole, as a state. And I think that this local solution has really helped us, faculty, having that. And so I just wanted to share those kind of like leading comments, and then we can talk about the actual questions of my that are in the slide.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That was amazing. So I think the first thing I'd love for you to discuss is what changed for you as a teacher after your students had access to this 24/7 AI support.
I'm going to be a little bit biased because I teach math, and I think that all of you are very well aware of the great changes with AB 705, AB 1705, and not having students have the historical basic needs or lower than transfer classes. It has created a lot of headaches, and I think to me, it's another tool to give our students the 24/7 tutor, but allowing them to have and ask questions that they might feel intimidated to ask in class, that being able to supplement if we can't offer what used to be called like bridge courses in the summer or non-credit options, I think that this is a great accelerator of knowledge so that if they're STEM majors and need to take calculus as their first class, they might be better prepared than just getting there, quote unquote, by themselves. That's one option. The other one is as an instructor that teaches math, a very common question that we all get is, when are you going to use this? Like, who cares about Pythagorean theorem or quadratic formula? In my day-to-day job, I'm never going to use it. To me, it has opened up the key that I've never found a textbook, or I've not been creative enough to come up with applications that speaks to every student. I might be a multilingual speaker, but I never taken American Sign Language. So I created some end-of-unit assignments that I basically tell my students, tell me what your interests are, and tell me how can we connect this mathematical concepts or topics that we cover in class related to your major that you might not have seen that there's connections. And so in my class, even when I teach Venn diagrams about unions and intersections, and then the student in the American Sign Language is able to connect that the way that they combine symbols to speak American Sign Language was connected to mathematical concepts of units and intersections. And I would have not made that connection. I haven't found textbooks that would make that connection, but the AI through Nectar system allowed that student to make that connection that I felt that they opened. To me, the biggest benefit hasn't been, I haven't gotten more A's or B's, but I feel, just anecdotally, when you'll have more data, they can see the pilot statewide. I think that it's raising the floor that the DWFs. It's reducing, even if it's a 10 or 15% reduction of them. And so that to me is a tangible benefit because it the students can connect their interest to the rigor or the subject matter expertise that we want to raise them up to. And it just makes more bridges and connections. And to me, that I teach math, and math is science of patterns and connections. It's that bridge that they are able to cross. And so I feel it is a great solution. There's no perfect solution. There's still some struggles, and faculty will have to train themselves and train their students, and kind of like module 0 AI literacy in the classroom, because if you just give the platform to any students, they might not know what to do, or some students that are already on the other side are super users, and then we need to say, how can we avoid over-reliance? But I think that the metrics that they have, the student dashboard, allows faculty to see which questions are being asked the most, so you can actually almost in real time, or maybe next class, or maybe next week, say, hey, I noticed that many students are asking these types of questions from the topics that we covered last week or last month, and then let's review them again in class so they can have more interventions and see the time or the amount of questions the student asks of certain things. So I think it is a great platform that allows us faculty to interact with information outside of emails or office hours where not that many students show up or are intimidated or don't want to speak in class or stay in after class. I think this captures other data points that are needed, and students interact with it in a more free manner and less judgmental aspect than seeing the hierarchical aspects of faculty. And again, I might be very biased because my math, and very few students want to talk about math. I think this is a good tool for them to demystify or start practicing the content, not just focusing on their anxiety or other aspects that limit their interaction. Just speaking about math, but I have colleagues in American Indian Studies and many other subject matters that they feel like. I have a partner, Diana Ortiz, that also participated in the pilot, that talks about how students don't know legalese, much less the treatise. And so she asked students to explain the legal aspects of treaties so that they can actually write the papers that they need for their American Indian Studies class. And that to me seems a very valuable tool or aspect to do that wasn't able to. You can't have 10 class sessions trying to explain Old English per se. And so this is another tool that can levy those like new abilities that in the classroom they might be needed. So
I love that you brought up the example of the American Indian Studies class. That same exact professor, when we were asking what was so powerful about it in your classroom and why was this better than just having students, go to ChatGPT or Claude, she had said that all of the AI models that are available right now are heavily biased around American Indian history. And there is almost nothing you can do about that because it's in the training data. And so what she did is she went into Nectar AI, her assistant, and she put into the prompt, I want you to remove any bias that you inherently have against this area of study. And it worked. It actually was able to sort of retrain the AI, and so it didn't give those biased answers to students anymore. And that was incredible to see. So kind of on that topic, how well did the platform match your own teaching style and course materials? Basically, how customizable was it?
I think that one pro, I know that there are many other solutions of either PlayLab or custom GPTs that people can make, but I feel that, and you might, at the state level, might have more data on this, each time that you push students to a different tool outside of Canvas, you lose about a third of them or more. And so being in Canvas is important, but in terms of the faculty, is that you have the ability, you have templates of different types of how you want this system to work, like Socratic dialogue or give more answers or less. It depends also which level of class you're teaching, even though that we teach quote unquote lower division courses. If you're the Math 100 level versus Math 200 levels, it changes the type of how much freedom you want or answers that the system wants to provide versus asking kind of like guiding questions and trying to ascertain the current knowledge that the student has. So that ability of, you have templates that the tier already produce, and there's multiple approaches depending on the class that you teach, but then you can modify it and basically inject extra things that you feel is pertinent to your class and your discipline versus just being generic or what other companies have in their study and learn that is very, very broad and not targeted. And by the fact that you can upload all of your materials, and especially the advent of OER, I think that that's kind of like the extra benefit to me is if you can design a class that has no cost for textbook and you give them an AI assistant for free, that to me is kind of like the Power Rangers. You combine everything into kind of like this big tool to make the student be kind of like the advance its full capacity that it has, and just it's been a little bit untamed, and that's why I feel that personalization and tailoring the prompt, and you can do it unit by unit, and you also have some starter questions that you can design so that when students open it, it's not just a blank ask me a question. You can design, here's some questions that you can just press a button and say, go dive into whatever topic you're currently week per week or month per month or you want to cover. So those are a lot of options that the tier has that is very friendly as faculty.
Amazing. Thank you. Explain it even better than I do. We should hire you to do that. I think you've gone through basically everything on the screen. I would say any final comments to faculty or administrators or staff out there who are a little bit apprehensive to adopt these technologies?
I think that, again, speaking with some of my colleagues that teach at other systems, I have too many colleagues that are spending their own money in trying to pay for the pro versions, and they use it for themselves, but they can't share that benefit to students. And in the community college, and just for full transparency, I also went to community college to Southwestern College. I was one of those border crossers, and so I appreciate the system. You do not know the change that you've done for offering the services that you do for California students. So I think that it lowers barriers, but I think that when faculty pay or asking students to pay for pro versions, it's doing a disservice. So if we level the playing field, I think that if we feed many of our students or most of our students to the Cal State system and they already have a solution for there, why are we not necessarily buying the same product, but offering the same services that they're going to get once they transfer to a four-year partner institution? I know the UCs are a little bit different, but I know that there's many grants with Learning Lab and everything else connecting to that side. But in terms of, I think that our community college students need the technology and the tools that is going to serve them for the workforce that awaits them once they graduate and graduate from our school system. So I think that we need to offer a statewide solution, and I think that TIER is a great partner for that. potential situation. And you can see it from the numbers from the pilot program. I was a little bit saddened that only tripling this semester, but hopefully with your support, it can be launched to everybody in the future.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Professor Guerrero. Appreciate it. So what this pilot shows is what happens when you combine a grassroots faculty demand for safe but cutting-edge AI technology combined with system-wide leadership and access. We're able to usher in a whole new paradigm of teaching and learning for the state of California. The California Community College system has the very exciting opportunity right now to set the national model for responsible, equitable AI adoption. We're very excited to share with you all the results of the system-wide research study we've been conducting with Craig Hayward in the Chancellor's office alongside this pilot program for the last year, which will hopefully be available later this year. In our peer-reviewed studies at other institutions like Los Angeles Pacific University, we've seen a 20% increase in GPA and a 36% boost in the intrinsic student motivation to learn after just one term of using Nectar AI. So with Craig's research team, we're excited to see if California can replicate or even exceed those outcomes. Once again, I appreciate all of you so much for sharing your time with me to learn more about this incredible pilot program and for giving us the chance to even do it in the first place. We are so, so deeply thankful for your partnership and your participation. This is exactly why I'm proud to be a Californian and to have been part of this phenomenal education system. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Board comments, questions? Member Corral, I see.
I can start, or
And then-
Member Adu, if you want to go.
We'll start with
Okay.
you and then Blaise and Adu.
Yeah, just a couple of reactions to both presentations. As you all know, and I'm not just an AI one-hit wonder, so I will comment on more things than just AI. But just a couple of thoughts, and I just wanted to give voice to some of the comments and questions that have been made around transparency. Wonderful work on both fronts, on the accessibility plan as well as this pilot. One thing I would just offer is I tend to think about it as user voice, choice, and control. And I do think that the ability for us to articulate and talk as a system about how we are co-creating, which you are, how we are giving the ability, the choice, the ability to opt in as opposed to opting out by default, which I believe we are, the ability to control, right, to customize and personalize these tools. I think that is where we start to show our leadership. And so I just feel like, one, thank both of the presentations for the work that you're doing, and to Craig and the team. But also I think the more that we can talk about it in those ways as a leader across the country, I think that that's always helpful. And in particular, I think the way that we address concerns around data and privacy is just making sure that we are transparent about the way that we are doing it, not just for compliance, but really to be able to show other systems how we can do this in a responsible and thoughtful way, which I believe we are, and I think we can continue to show the way. So that's just some observations, and then just giving a little bit of voice and reaction to some of the comments we've had today. The other thought I just wanted to ask, how we are going to be using the data that we are collecting. I do think that this is a moment in which we're all learning about the impact of AI. I think we can very clearly see the benefits, but the ability for us as a system to track the way that not just students achieve in that course and perhaps even in the educational attainment, but also being able to start to think about longitudinally how that impacts their ability in the workforce. That's going to be really powerful, because we are seeing, and I'm a faculty of another system, we are seeing the use of it, but it does change the way that we interact with information. It does alter the way in which folks are starting to think about how they do critical problem solving, et cetera. And so I think the more that we can use a lot of this data to, again, be a leader and a vanguard in teaching others about the impact that it's having, not just in the short term, but in the long term, I think would be really powerful and would continue to position us as a leader in this space.
Member Blaise and then Member Adu.
I have a couple questions. I'm going to start with the first one, and it's the fact that a lot of students aren't entirely comfortable with using AI because of the ethical/environmental concerns that are raised upon it. And I think this just brings up the concern that I'm sure this is a very helpful app. So the concern is students possibly falling behind. So is there any way that we can come up with some sort of solution or be transparent with what are the ethical or environmental ramifications of this app? And I think that's essentially my question. How do we make sure that students who don't feel comfortable using AI aren't left behind?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's definitely feedback that we got from students in the CCC system over the last year. And I think as a leader in the AI space, one of my biggest concerns is the amount of misinformation around this. So we actually conducted the research entirely on our own. We had it double checked. Watching a 30-minute Netflix episode is equivalent to the environmental impact of using Nectar AI for an entire semester. So when you're thinking about, the water usage, the environmental impact, we've ran all of the numbers. I think that's what's really important for students to know, is that a lot of what you're hearing right now out there is misinformation. And we need to inform them, and that's part of the AI literacy that we're delivering alongside the product. What does it really mean to use these technologies? And what should you be concerned about? Because there definitely are areas of using AI where they should be concerned. One of those is making sure that any AI product you use, where are those messages being stored? Who's going to see them? Are they being shared back with my teacher? One of the most key parts of the product we're building, and I think this is the benefit of having students and former educators building this technology, is we've been asked by many schools, will you show us all of the student messages? And we won't. That, in our opinion, should be private between the student and their AI assistant. That's where the magic in learning happens. They're able to ask the dumb questions. They're able to dive really deeply into something that might be embarrassing to someone else. But then we have the aggregated results of those in the analytics dashboard. So you can see, okay, 4 people in the last hour have asked about the chain rule. And so that is sort of the middle ground that we've reached of how do we keep the ethical concerns and the environmental concerns in mind and deliver that in the materials that we provide alongside for AI literacy, and make sure that students know, not just with our AI tool, but with all of them that they're going to be using, what are the concerns that you should be thinking about when you approach a new tool.
And just to follow up on that, I did have experience in my classroom where students says, even though I designed an activity that purposefully intended to say, complete it with AI, and they say, I choose to not use it, you as a faculty have to be flexible and mindful that you have to provide kind of like an alternate way of completing the assignment without penalizing, oh, you didn't use the preferred tool, you're not going to get a 0 on that assignment. So I think that faculty need to be trained to be mindful that it's available technology, but we can't just simply impose it as the only option. I think you can augment and enhance your classroom with it, but not like dictate or affect students' grade for any ethical or philosophical, religious motivation the student chooses not to use that tool in particular.
Thank you. That's really interesting. My second question is about faculty's comfortability with using AI, because I think it's really cool to hear that there has been like a really large uptick of people who are interested in this application. I think though, with my personal experiences and a lot of my friends, we come from Foothill De Anza, and we are taking the lead in developing AI, right? And so when I see that, like, as a district, we're going really far with AI, but there's still a good amount of faculty that are very, very hesitant about it. How have you guys went about trying to show to faculty that this can be a really helpful tool for their students?
Let me just address, in my district, and I suspect that this is a very common experience with many faculty, is that many faculty think anything AI is cheating. It's being dishonest, it's plagiarism, it's doing the work on your behalf. So I think that we as educators need to be mindful how information is obtained, because I'll be honest, some people, I know that this might enter like copyright or fair use and many other things. I'm the type of people, like, believe in OER. To me, knowledge has been given to me and shared. And so I don't mind sharing. And so to me, I feel that AI is not plagiarism or cheating. It's sharing information in a new medium and a new context that we need to be comfortable with that transition of our knowledge. Like when Encyclopedia Britannica was in CD-ROMs, that was a transformation. When Wikipedia came along, that was a transformation. When MOOCs came along, that was a transformation. And we as a higher education system endured. So I think that this is another transformation of how knowledge is being conveyed. And so we need to teach faculty to view how to maintain academic integrity with the age of AI. And there's a great book called The Opposite of Cheating going out there that talks about that. So I think we need to train faculty to see this tool as an augment, not as a replacement of faculty's expertise. But I do acknowledge the resistance from many faculty because of lack of awareness, lack of actually using the tool and for the right reasons, and exploring new possibilities that Vibe coding and many other things offers. But again, just my perspective from faculty side.
And you just bring up a very important point, is the need for AI literacy, not only for our students, but also for our faculty, and to kind of clear a lot of misinformation among our faculty, the need for more training and professional development. So that's really a focus in Vision 2030, and I know our new professional development group through the state, that's a big focus, is training our faculty.
Member Adu.
Great. I typically tend to have really long questions for these, so I'll try to keep them short. I'm not particularly anti-AI. I think AI is a tool and it can have negative and positive implications, and I think using it within education to help people study and to better learn, I think that's great. However, I do want to particularly press a little bit more on some of the aspects that I think could be potentially problematic, particularly to students. So first off, I wanted to ask about data privacy. And there's two different facets of this. One, you mentioned that you're doing a research study. Can students opt out of being in this research study, having their, yes, they can? Okay, that's great to know. That was one of my main concerns, but also, can they opt out of having their data recorded in general on the platform?
So we don't actually hold any of the data. We're fully FERPA compliant, and so none of the data is shared back with the model providers. We're not holding on to PII from any of the students. Even when it's shown in the analytics dashboard, it's first anonymized. And so we, like our team, can't see it, and the professor is not able to see this student asked about this specific question. It's fully anonymized for everyone in the class.
Okay, great, thank you. And then another question I had that also, you mentioned model providers. I wanted to ask, all AI models are trained on those data sets on these models. Where are yours coming from? Is it a ChatGPT wrapper? Is it?
Yeah, so we have all of the leading models that you would typically pay $20 a month for. So GPT-5, Gemini 2.5 Pro, and Claude Sonnet 4.
Okay.
And we can also customize those. So if there's campuses that want access to more or less models, we can put different ones in.
Okay. And when you did the independent, also can I ask, that study that you mentioned in terms of environmental impacts, I do think there is some misinformation on AI environmental impacts, but I still think there's very valid concerns. And so to press on that, when you did that study, was that independent, like completely separated from you, or was that originally done from you and just double checked?
No, so first we used independent studies, and then we had our engineering team measure our actual usage. And so we use Google Cloud Provider as sort of our servers. And so that's where the majority of the energy is going to. So we made sure that we went through Google to see where are the actual servers and the capacities that we're using in the United States, like physically where are they located? Are they using, geothermal power, hydropower? What is it using? And then on our usage end per student, what was the equivalent usage? And that's where we have a whole blog post that we've written on our website that shows essentially if you watch a 30-minute Netflix episode, this is how much energy it's using. And then compared to a couple other things that we think students and teachers are normally doing on a daily basis, and then compared to a full semester usage of Nectar AI.
Okay, and is all like the data, the methodology, is that all in that blog post? Okay, and then to expand on that, you mentioned that you're using all these wrappers, right? And there has been some very valid concerns that are backed by research against, say, ChatGPT, Gemini, right? Claude. How did you factor that in? One, did you factor that into that research study? And two, is that something that is of concern? And also, I want to preface, because I am coming really hard at you right now. I'm doing this because I really like the idea of using technological innovation within education. And because I have so much hope for the potential of that, I want to make sure I'm poking at all the holes just to make sure that it's all clear before we go. So, potential.
promise I have had people grill me so much harder than this is like very kind of you to say it in this way. So please keep the questions coming. This, I think, is the most important part of this conversation for everyone to be able to get their thoughts out of their system and have them answered. So when it comes to the concerns, I have concerns with all of those AI companies as well. I'm very careful when I'm using those individual products, what I'm saying in it, the names that I'm using, the information that I'm uploading. And so which concerns specifically are you worried about?
Like mental health or?
That would be one of them. You mentioned one of them, and I just wanted to ask, because I know I didn't want to like take up 30 minutes just on this. So this could be a follow-up, but it was mostly 1, yes, mental health, 2, hallucinations, 3, biases within data sets that you mentioned, and how you plan to overcome that, and then 4 would be the environmental implications of large data centers within specifically rural and underrepresented communities.
Yeah, great questions. So we addressed a little bit of the environmental concerns. I very much encourage you to check out that blog post. And we've linked a lot of other studies in that as well. When it comes to concerns about hallucination, that's a big one. And there was a recent study that just came out where OpenAI is looking at why hallucinations happen in the first place. Each time a new model comes out, they're corrected significantly. But that's a big part of why we've built Nectar AI the way that we have, so that it's using first your course content before it's calling the LLM for any data. And so that really reduces the hallucinations because it has, compared to the training data that the model has, it has such a small data set of just your course materials. It's very likely to be able to find the answer within that. And then it actually shows the sources of where it found that information as well. So students know, okay, it came from this section in the syllabus, that's where it's answering that, and it will show you the syllabus inside of Nectar AI itself. So it's also good for, pointing students to the right resource. But another part of this is, I think that this is part of AI literacy itself. It is using these products that you're going to use in the workforce, you're going to use in all the other tools that you're using, and knowing that, yes, hallucinations are real. You should absolutely double check every piece of information that it gives you. It's not just a one-size-fits-all, it's going to give me the answer and it's one and done. We're not even close to that with AI technology yet. So I think that, yes, there are some flaws in it, and that's going to be for any AI tool out there. There is no model and no provider that has solved for all of those problems yet. We're at the very beginning of like dial-up internet right now, but it's important for students to know and use those technologies and see where does it go right and where does it go wrong.
Thank you. Thank you.
Member Epstein.
Member Adu took some of my questions from me, but
sorry.
Mine too.
But so I just want to understand kind of the business proposition here. So you license the large language models, and then you create a product on top of that, and you said that one of the value adds you have is you download the course material. What else do you do with the LLMs that you license to distinguish your product?
So what you can think of Nectar AI is an AI operating system for a school. And so we want schools to be able to take any LLM off of the market and new ones as they continue emerging and be able to use them in a FERPA compliant setting and create these custom AI assistants and agents that then sit inside of the learning management system. And so you should be able to create not just an AI course assistant, but an AI FAFSA advisor. We've had some schools that create, an AI RFP or grant writer that's for staff to use. So it's really wherever there are these emergent use cases of AI, rather than buying 10 to 15 different point solutions, you're able to host all of those within one platform that integrates with your LMS. And so we're really trying to create a scalable and affordable way for schools to be able to use these cutting edge models that normally students and teachers would be going and paying out of pocket $20 per provider per month for. And then on top of that comes the analytics. And I think that's sort of the purpose built for education. You can find these enterprise tools out there that let you access these different LLMs in a private way. But what we've done is the additional steps to not only do the integrations with the LMS, but then also show you the data that you're looking for. So how is AI adoption working across your entire campus? There's both individual assistant analytics and then campus-wide analytics. So you can see which assistants are actually getting more usage or more traction. In the individual assistants, you can see how students are actually engaging with them. When are they engaging? Is it usually at 3 in the morning? Is it in the middle of class? And that the piece of the analytics on top of it, and what we're going to eventually do with that. The next step that we'd really like is to be able to show the students their own analytics. And so the student can see, based on all of the conversations I'm having, here's my strengths, weaknesses, areas of opportunity. It's still just a suggestion. Nothing is prescriptive. We're not giving them a grade. But you should be able to see from your AI conversations, what are the things that I could improve? What are potentially courses that I could take next if my eventual goal is to become, go into the finance sector and I want this specific job? So I think the data piece of this is really where we take it the extra mile.
So, I understand the curriculum side, but how do you, adjust your product to deal with all the diverse kinds of people that are community college students and speak to them in a voice that they understand?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Or really, appreciate.
I think that's where the level of personalization comes in, that the AI is able to meet the student where they are. So if a student, let's say, starts speaking in Spanish to the AI assistant, it will automatically start speaking in Spanish back to them. Same thing happens with it sort of picks up on the level of language, tone, intonation, diction that the student is using, and it will match it. And so if you have an ESL student who's trying to speak in English, but they maybe have a lower level of written English, the AI will actually match that so that it's speaking in sort of the same tone that the student is, without telling them, hey, I'm dumbing it down for you, right? And so that is how we're able to meet students where they are, and they get that support without feeling like I'm different and it's treating me differently than other students. It's specifically personalized just for you.
Sounds great. When you go public and become a billionaire, will you tell all those smart-ass white boys to have a little social responsibility as well?
There we go.
I would love to. What I want to just add to that, what I really love about AI is that it can also prompt you for things that maybe you weren't thinking about. So if I'm a student, right, and I ask it a question, it'll say, would you like this in this X, Y, and Z format? What about this, right? So maybe things I weren't necessarily thinking about, and now I'm like, oh, maybe that is helpful to me. And it'll just keep prompting you. So even if you don't know you need it or you don't know you would benefit from it as a student, it kind of starts to adapt and understand what you may need and anticipate it, which is really nice.
We have Member Haynes and Member Adu.
Let Love ask her question.
Okay, you'll get the last word on it. Okay.
Oh, it was a really irrelevant question. I was going to ask what your major was.
I was a communication major.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Similar.
There you go. All right. Member Haynes.
So I've been sitting here as the 80-year-old oldest person in the room. So this, what you're doing is, I'm there, because we're in an era of, we have to look for promise. We're going to have to look at the challenges. We have to be skeptical. And we have to work through assumptions, bad, good, or indifferent. And then we're going to have to look at the right kind of modifications. And as Tom just finished saying, we need to do that within an ethical framework at all times, and be wide-eyed about what those are. And, it's not that we're not going to step in some challenging times, but hopefully we understand who should be the beneficiaries of this. Because change is inevitable, hands down, period. And so we have to figure out a way to do it that those who are least able to benefit actually benefit. And I'm appreciative that we're dealing with accessibility and tutoring. And I really appreciated how you introduced yourself with your list. And many of us, we have a list too, okay? And so our students are coming to us, and what we're trying to do is to, everyone has those challenges, and hopefully we will use this technology, use this information that spreads across all of that, because we all have deficits. We all have assets as well. And so we're working on the deficits that we have to increase the assets and to make us, what's the word? To make citizens of the world, not just citizens of California, citizens of the world who are engaged. Ultimately, that is what we're sort of all about, and that we thrive, and that those who count on us, families, whoever that is, can count on us to be the best that we can be. And so I guess I see the promise. I understand, given time, I understand that there's going to be challenges, but we're perfectly capable of doing that, eyes wide open, if we understand what is at stake. And a lot is at stake. And we just finished coming out of a futures conference in which everybody was looking at the California community colleges, and there's 2.1 million students, and we're willing to give out free things, but it may not be free. There may be a price to pay. And so that's the eyes wide open. The ethical pieces of this, we need to be clear and bushy-tailed about that piece. And it can't wait until, we kind of really get on that road. We need to be on that road now relative to the ethical pieces. So I see the promise, I see the pitfalls, but I'm with you. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I completely agree with you. And I think the final piece that I'll leave it on is that is exactly why school systems and schools need to be working with the AI vendors and providers, the people who are building this. We need to hear from you every step of the way. What's working, what's not, what are you scared of, what are we scared of? It's the only way that we're going to be able to co-create this future together. We can't sort of build it in our garage and then bring it to you and say, great, now use it and pay us for it. It has to be a collaboration between us. And I think that is exactly why this pilot has worked so well, why we're seeing this faculty-driven expansion, because they've seen over the last year that we're listening to them. We're hearing what they say. When they say, move this button because I'm just not going to see it, we'll move it. And that's not what you're going to get from, the OpenAIs, the Anthropics. And so, again, I'm so appreciative of all of you for giving us this opportunity to do this with you. And I hope that this participation and partnership continues exactly in this way. You tell us what we need and we will build it for you.
And I would just say, so grateful to have you as a partner in the work that we're doing on this front. I think you're a good example of what we're trying to get other organizations to replicate for us. We talked earlier about AI literacy, and to me, part of the foundation of AI literacy is both information literacy, but also privacy literacy, right? And we've heard from Omar Zavala earlier, and he's spoken at our meetings prior about the importance of students being empowered with choice over their data, how it's used, and even if there's not a lot of choice, at least disclosure. And in this work, you're really setting a great example for other organizations to follow, and we look forward to keep working with you on it. So
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate that.
All right. Any other board comments? Seeing none, then we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 6.3 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Anaheim.
All right. We have one public comment, and that's Omar Zavala. There you go.
I like, is this on? Can you hear? Yeah. I like Governor Epstein's questions. We know how it works. Why don't we take the open source ones, run it on our own cloud providers, collect no data? I also like Governor Adu's questions. There's a lot of studies, there's a few studies that I've looked at that show that anonymized data can be re-identified. There's just no data collection. That'd be a great thing to ask for. And you can also ask, are you going to respond to government requests for information if you have that data? I've seen criminals do fake government requests for information and get people's data before. And I don't think the environmental part incorporated the training of those models and the retraining of those models those companies do. I looked over their own privacy policy. It says we collect, maintain, and share student data only to provide support services, like a bunch of nice stuff. I just don't want any collection. I want to see full transparency. Show me in real time if you take my IP, if you take my device information, if you're taking those prompts, any timestamps, anything. We should see what providers they have. What are those providers holding? Because like with Canvas, some of those providers are holding our student data too, and some of those providers have had major leaks, including to other governments that are adversarial. And if it performs so well, let's host it locally. I have a corporate AI right here. Nothing goes back to them. I have one that specializes in coding. It's okay for some like boilerplate, right?
30
It
seconds.
gets things wrong. Yeah, we could have our own cloud provider. We could, just sell it to us. Sell it to us and update it when it needs a patch. That'd be great.
There are no other public comments.
All right. Then with that, we get to item 6.4, which is board member reports. Any board members have anything they want to report out? Member Epstein.
Yeah, as long as we're on AI, I did want to mention I went to the Future Summit last week, and it was great. A lot of terrific speakers, big crowd. The breakout panels were good. It was really well worth attending, and I think spent a lot of time talking about something we were talking earlier about professional development training for faculty. There was a lot of emphasis on that, and I thought that was very helpful. But it was well done, those of you who put it together.
I'll second that. Kudos to everyone that worked on Future Summit this year. It was great. Any other board member comments? Member Brown. Yep.
I just wanted to say at the Glendale visit, it was really impressive to see the building that they created that's just full of lab space for students and amazing equipment for students to use. And there's also snakes, and those were very cool to see. So I just wanted to say thank you to that team. They put together such a wonderful experience for us, and especially how they're using their own research that they're doing and turning it into projects within their district and their college. So thank you to Glendale for that wonderful experience.
Member Villavicencio.
And just real quick, again, I've already mentioned this, that I had the opportunity to attend the non-credit workshop at Woodland Community College. And again, a lot of the wonderful leaders here in this institution were there. And obviously, North Orange Continuing Education leads the state. And so I want to thank, again, President Pertel and Chancellor Breland for welcoming us again today and hosting us in your wonderful institution. I'm sure I could speak to my fellow Board of Governors that we've learned a lot, and we're extremely touched with your hardworking faculty and staff and your wonderful students that you continue to serve each and every day. Thank you.
Member Perry.
When I be 30 about the AI conference, and I want to note that there was a panel composed of all women at the end of the conference.
Yes.
So
Very
we are
good panel.
making progress incrementally.
Very.
One of them might have been wearing glitter sneakers. So I challenge the men in the field to show up like that. And the other thing I think I want to mention the John Burton Award for the work to the Chancellor's Office, for the work the Chancellor's Office and the system has been leading on behalf of foster youth. I know that our Chancellor was there representing us, and I think it's an award from an organization that really knows the work, and it was sad that it came 2 days after his passing, but still very meaningful, and they still chart really great work on behalf of our under-resourced foster youth, and have done, and it's nice to see that the work is being rewarded, the work that the system has done, because they've done a lot for youth in foster care.
I just want to give a shout out on the all-women panel to the backstage crew who, after it was over, played Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Well done. Yeah. Member Adu.
Absolutely. As we close this out, I would just like to say thank you to the North North Orange County Continuing Education and also just the NOCCD in general as an alum of the district. It's really great to be back home. I really wish you guys did this while I was home and not up at Berkeley, but you know, I guess forced to take flights every time. You guys have done an amazing job at introducing us, although we need no introduction, to your guys' amazing educational space. And seeing how you guys specifically work to meet people where they're at is just absolutely amazing. It was really great to get a tour. It was really invigorating. There's like a sand pit in the like children's education place that I will be coming back to. And I just really appreciated it. And also, I just would want to give, once again, another warm welcome to our new student board member. I'm finally not alone. Although I give her a lot of flack, and I will continue to do so. Maria truly is amazing, and she has a really unique aptitude for intellectual curiosity and caring for her community with that curiosity. And I think that's something we're going to definitely see the fruits of as she continues to be on this board. So I can't wait to see what she does so I can tell you guys I told you so.
Very good. All right. Any other board comments? All right. Then with that, we'll move to 7.1, public forum.
Public forum is now open. You will have 2 minutes. We have received 2 written comments on this item, which are available at the table in the entrance. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with remarks in Anaheim.
All right. We'll start with Omar Zavala and then Barbara Dunshee.
There are solutions to the mass surveillance that we are facing today. There are alternatives to technology. There's self-hosting. There's public key encryption, which is really important. It would restore back the communications between teacher and student and not have a corporation in between. There's having no logs, and there's having complete transparency. Students' rights are not being protected right now. We're losing our dignity, our autonomy, our freedom of speech, access to learning, protection from discrimination. And along with these companies erode our democracy. And mass surveillance, it serves autocrats more. Not one student right now, I believe in all the California community colleges, knows exactly where their data is going or has a really good conception of it. Right now, it feels truly like corporations come before students. They need to open up. We need full transparency. We need real-time logs. We need to see every piece of data. Changing to, at our school, there's so much surveillance system. There's so much police surveillance. We're not only dealing with corporate surveillance, 24/7 corporate surveillance, we're dealing with police mass surveillance. We have camera systems logging our interactions, logging our friends, our classes. We have license plate readers, ALPRs. Please look up at ALPR. They're logging our coming and going. And these technologies used by ICE right now to attack brown people like me. And we've seen them also to stalk women across state lines who received reproduction health care. They're collecting our biometric information. These are major problems that we can solve. Thank you.
Barbara Dunshee.
Thank you very much. I will keep this brief. I'm standing between you and dinner and getting some relaxation. I'm Barbara Dunshee. I'm a trustee here at North Orange County Community College District. Many of you look familiar. I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming to our little part of the state. You are always welcome here. I really enjoyed the meeting. I go to a lot of meetings, and I don't always enjoy every meeting. But I was so blown away by the care and concern that you have for our students and our system, and the excitement and the innovation coming out of this chancellor's office. And it makes me so proud to be part of the community college system. I have different hats in the system. I'm a trustee here. I'm a former retiree out of East Los Angeles College, full-time history professor. And I am on the CCCT board as the president-elect. And so I look forward to continuing collaboration. And I am also very proud of my district, North Orange, for what a wonderful job showing up, leading in AI, leading in non-credit, and leading in food with the bistro. So thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you.
I will hand it over to Gary for hands raised.
We have one hand raised. Jesse Hernandez Reyes, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Hernandez Reyes. I'm here today providing public comment on behalf of the Campaign for College Opportunity, a nonpartisan policy and advocacy organization focused on ensuring all Californians have equitable access to college. We would first like to thank the California Community Colleges for their longtime work to support undocumented students and students from mixed status families. This work is crucial, especially during this time. Amid current federal immigration enforcement we are seeing locally, along with broad anti-immigrant rhetoric by this presidential administration, the California State Legislature made a dedicated investment of $35 million in this year's budget to ensure immigrant origin students attending our California community colleges can continue accessing and achieving their college dreams. We thank the legislature, our partners across California higher education advocacy organizations, and the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office for helping secure this investment to better support CADA and AB 540 eligible students this fall. We're grateful to see embedded reporting requirements for the $20 million that will go to California community college students who complete a CADA application in the fall to help us understand how many students are served and to what degree this aid helps these students fulfill unmet need due to the impacts of federal immigration enforcement and fear of applying for federal financial aid due to their family's immigration status. Additionally, this reporting will help us better understand how we can advocate for similar future investments to better support these students with their college goals. We respectfully request that the California Community Colleges Board of Governors consider enacting similar reporting requirements for the remaining $15 million that has been
30
allocated
seconds.
to 3 more resource liaisons in the 2025 Budget Act, given that the legislature has granted flexibility to disperse these funds as emergency financial aid grants to AB 540 students. Now more than ever, it's important that we understand and document the student impact of these investments on California students. We look forward to working with you all to continue highlighting the outsized and crucial impact of the California community colleges on our most vulnerable students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There are no further hands raised.
All right. So it brings us to the end of our agenda. And so I just want to express on behalf of the board just so much deep appreciation to the North Orange Community College District and NOCE for being a host for us. We know that when we go out of town, sometimes it can be like a lot of logistical work to make a space that's helpful for us. But just being able to be here, be in person, see your programs, learn about your district is huge for us. And it's so rewarding to see all the work that you've done here at NOCE, and so we appreciate you and your whole team and the work you put in for it. With that, the time is 4:48 and our business is concluded. We're adjourned. Thank you.